2 from Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium on the campus of Washington Community High School. The KBM TOC is back for the second day of action. Today we'll start things off with the Thayer Bobcats and the Hayworth Hornets here in this first matchup. Alongside Teddy Ball, I'm Gavin Russell. Teddy, we got the bit of an appetizer yesterday, 4 great games yesterday, but we're looking for some even better basketball all day today. Start to finish, it's going to be a great one.
Absolutely. I'm excited for all the games we have lined up today. Yesterday was just a taste of the action, but like you said, we got great basketball all day long. It's going to be fun.
Certainly is. Lineups being introduced right now. Thayer out of Thayer, Missouri. The Bobcats coming up from a few hours away. Hayworth not as far, but a little bit east of here. Located in Hayworth, Illinois. They'll be in their home whites today. Red numbers, numerals, little Hornet logo on the back. Thayer will be in those nice green-looking jerseys with the white numbers and numerals. Get you the starting lineups quick, starting with the visiting Bobcats. They'll be the visitors on the scoreboards. Number 1, Easton Pitts, alongside number 2, Rowan Spencer. Number 3, Devin Harrington. Number 4, Brandon Prince. And number 12, Aiden Burns, the Missouri S&T commit. For Hayworth, they'll roll out the same lineup they did yesterday. Tyler Bartels, Tyler Wills, Maddox Clawwitter, Nick Feather, and Alex Moss, the 5 for Hayworth. The ball boy heading out there as we're excited to get day 2 of the OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions kicked off here today. Hayworth, in their second game of the season, they fell in a lopsided affair to Morton yesterday, although, hey, it's the first game of the season. Got to get your legs under you a little bit. Thayer getting kicked off, so they'll look to knock the rust off quickly and play some good basketball. Teddy, you ready to go?
Absolutely.
As they get the ball boy off the court, he was having a lot of fun standing out there. We'll get into breaking both of these teams down. A lot of really notable players to watch. And some good 11 a.m. basketball for you on ClutchSportsAll.com. The tip is up and won by the Bobcats. They'll start out with the first possession. Working inside, there's Burns. A little fadeaway is short off the iron. Hayworth will move quickly up. There's Feather, other way, coast to coast, but it's going to be a goaltend. And Nick Feather will pick up the first basket. We'll start with Hayworth. Teddy Feather, an imposing force out there. He's also a discus thrower, so a multi-sport athlete, and he's got a few Division III offers. He'll be playing basketball at the next level.
He definitely has the size down low, and Thayer doesn't have someone quite that height, standing at 6'8" for Feather, but they still have some guys that can get up there with them, as well as Devin Harrington, the 6'6" junior. He's going to be lined up with them. It's who they had with the jump ball.
Indeed, and Harrington just scoring right there. Harrington a little shorter, but really long, athletic player. There's a steal by Thayer. They come 4-on-1. Bounce pass down low, up and in. Bobcats take their first lead. Easton Pitts gets on the board. Thayer, another steal for the Bobcats. Another 4-on-1. They go up. Harrington gets the board, and he's got 4. Timeout, Michael Mosley, and he is not happy.
Showing early presence down low. 3 straight layups just to take the lead, now 6-2. You just mentioned, though, Easton Pitts, son of head coach Matt Pitts for the Thayer Bobcats. He is someone that has absolutely elevated this program to new heights. 400-plus wins in 22 years as a head coach. He's one of the best in the area.
No doubt about it. Hayworth again, or rather, Thayer, again, not a team people out of Central Illinois may be familiar with, but should take notice of. Down in Missouri, they definitely are taking notice of. They went to the Class 3 Final Four last season, falling short, but had a fantastic 26-5 season. Not to mention, they've won 10 straight district championships in their district in Missouri. Hayworth will try to clean things up out of the timeout. It looks like Thayer is in a bit of a 2-3 zone. Moving it around. Works it inside. Little floater up off the iron. Rallying, and it's going to go back to Thayer.
Thayer's all over that one. Everywhere they tried to go around the perimeter, they just had someone on them.
Which it almost looked to me like it was sort of a hybrid zone. They had certain guys matched up, and then some of the guards on the perimeter almost just kind of playing as middle linebackers. Three, here's Burns, just off the back iron. Good look from the top of the key. Other way comes Hayworth. Moss drives down, tries to kick it off to Feather. Here comes Thayer the other way, up and in, and one. Easton Pitts gets his second bucket of the game and will have a chance for a bonus.
Standing at just 5'9", might think he's someone that can't really finish down low, but he proves he can do it right there. He gets to the rim, gets a nice and one. Going for three.
They're feeling good coming off the bus, although they probably stayed in town last night, if I had to imagine. They'll take a 9-2 lead. And for Hayworth, they got behind Morton early. Morton was up 12-0 to start the ball game. Of course, they'd like to not repeat that same effort today. What does it take, Teddy, to just not get behind early?
We're really just trying to find your groove, and it's a little bit harder said than done, but anything you can, use your size down low, as you just saw, but we'll try to get something going, and then once you do get that going, try to continue off that success.
Indeed, Nick Feather is going to shoot 2 free throws. Struggled from the line a little yesterday, but again, got to knock a little of that rust off. Third-year starter. He'll hit the first one right there. Last year, Feather averaged a really respectable 12 points per game and 7 boards, a block and a half per game. The second team all Heart of Illinois Conference here in Illinois. Alex Moss, another one out there. It's a third-year starter, and he nails both of them. 9-4 as we get the first game underway. Glad you've joined us on ClutchSportsAll.com. OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. It'll stick with Thayer. Feels like a crucial possession. Hayworth would like to get a stop here, Teddy.
Absolutely. You don't want to go down by anything more than 8 points early on, and so get it there, goes out of bounds. Try to get something going on the offensive end.
Hornets are definitely going to be a force in Class 1A, again, playing against some bigger teams. They're school sizes, but they certainly have the competitive nature and the skill. Up and in, there goes Hayworth again. Couple straight buckets for the Hornets, Tyler Bartels. Pitts will drop it off to Burns, over to Harrington. Trying to get it back into Harrington, and will be off of Hayworth. Feather clogging up the lane, and we'll get a substitution. Rowan Spencer will check back in for Easton Pitts. Drops it down, Burns up and in. And we haven't said much about Aiden Burns so far. We really should be talking about him more. All-state selection last year in Missouri, District Player of the Year, averaged 21 points per game as a junior.
He averaged 21 points per game, about 5 assists and 3.7 rebounds, so pretty well-rounded player all around.
Leader of this group, a group that really lost nobody from a season ago. Feather, low post, trying to get his force up and fouled. Burns fouls him, doesn't like the call, keeps his hands in the air. Feather will head back to the stripe and can cut this lead down to potentially 3, or rather deficit down to 3. It's up and good. They are traveling up here. We'll play a few games here in the Washington Tournament of Champions. North Tampa Christian and Morton left on their slate up here. But Teddy, they've got some big games the rest of the year. Not only playing against some great teams in Missouri, They're going to play at an invitational in Arkansas as well as the Sugar Bowl Classic in New Orleans.
Interesting. We were talking about this yesterday in the studio about how going to these tournaments can really set you up and see where you match up against not the typical teams you play in a year-to-year basis. So it's a great way to get experience in outside challenges.
Indeed. Makes you better later on. Thayer, another bucket right there. Rowan Spencer throws it up and in. Ball game is evened out a little bit. Feather, free throw line jumper, hits it. He's starting to heat up. Give him 8 of the Hornets' 10. Moving it around. Dumping it off. Harrington shoots a 3 just off the iron. Thayer gets the board. Steps inside, up and in. Bobcats out another bucket.
Good way to make something out of nothing there. It looked like possession was over, and they're able to get the ball back and create a better opportunity to score.
Three-pointer on the way, no good to match it. Burns breaks out of it, he's got numbers. Goes down, Spencer, three-pointer, got it to go. Heating up from 3 are the Bobcats. And a steal, 2-on-1. Down to Harrington, dunks it! That's a Legacy Solar slam.
This is where Thayer's going to hit you. They've done 3 straight fast break possessions where they've been able to score, and Hayworth has no answer for it at this moment. They're not able to get in front of anybody and put a body there, so that's something they got to figure out.
Moments ago, this was a 3-point ball game. Now it's a 10-point ball game. Feather finds the answer, though. He's already in double figures. So can't discredit him.
Absolutely. You mentioned yesterday him struggling from the line, and so far tonight on his 2 free throw attempts, or 4 free throw attempts, he's 4 for 4. So heating up, getting a little bit more confidence at the line.
Certainly is. He's got those 3 field goals to go along with it. I think he's only missed once or twice. Some substitutions here for the Bobcats and the Hornets. Chase Rupert checks in for his first time today. Backdoor cut. Burns. Good to go again. He's up to 4. He said at a Missouri S&T, not a Division I school, but mentioned yesterday, that doesn't mean a whole lot as he picks up a steal right there. Missouri S&T, a really respectable D2 program. Seen them a few times, Teddy. They'll once in a while come up and play here in Peoria against Bradley University in some non-conference matchups. Again, it's going to be Rowan Spencer, and he's up to 7.
We talked about Thayer not having maybe the size that Hayworth has down low with Nick Feather, but they've showed early on the speed that they have in transition, and just being able to get there without being noticed has helped them a lot early on down low.
Good point. 20 seconds to go. Shot clock is off. We haven't mentioned the shot clock a lot. Hasn't really been a factor. Down now to 10 seconds. Thayer with the last shot available if they want it. Burns gets to the low post, tries to spin around, tries to go over 2 men. No good, and it's going to go back to Hayworth with 1.1 on the clock. A late substitution will be Nick Rapson. As they'll get a last second heave here. And comes up short on that one into the first quarter. Thayer storms to a 24-12 lead over Hayworth. While we've got a moment, let's tell you about our great sponsors, starting with State Farm agent Jake Weston here in Washington. Give Jake a call for all your insurance needs. Like a good neighbor, Jake from State Farm is there. Also by Sun Power, Legacy Solar, Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit www.legacysolarpower.com. And all of our other great silver sponsors, including but not limited to Seth Q, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial, all proud supporters of the KBM TOC. And by Keps. Keps located just down the road here in Washington. Great sports bar atmosphere. I know they've got us up on their TVs during the TOC, so go grab a great bite to eat in a great sports bar atmosphere. Also by PJ Hare and the city of East Peoria. Appreciate all of our great sponsors here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, sponsored by OSF Healthcare. OSF Healthcare and their Cancer Institute helping lead the way in cancer treatments and research. Do great things for the KB Strong Foundation. If you're unfamiliar, we'll talk a lot about it throughout this week. Supporting the late head coach Kevin Brown, who was the coach a long time here at Washington Community High School, passed away to a rare form of brain cancer, glioblastoma. So a lot of this tournament and all the other support going towards fighting the fight of that and finding a cure. Hayworth back at it, trying to lessen this deficit that they find themselves in. Nearly a steal. 5 seconds on that shot clock. Feather low post over Harrington, and it doesn't hit iron. Shot clock violation. Teddy, we haven't talked about it a lot. Not here for regular season action, but for tournaments here in the IHSA, shot clock can be employed if they so choose. I kind of like it.
I do too. It's something they implemented last year, and it was a little bit more, it was a little new for everybody, including us and the fans, so it had to take a little getting used to. But for some of these teams, it still might be the first time they've experienced it. So like Thayer, they're coming from Missouri. I'm not sure if other tournaments that they have played in have used it, but it's an interesting concept, and I like it a lot.
It is really helps speed the game up. Feather deep from three, can't get it to go. Hayward trying to grab the offensive board, but Harrington comes out of it. Thayer goes the other way. Spinning up, just off the iron, but Harrington cleans up the miss. He's up to 8 and really balanced scoring so far from the Bobcats. Hayworth looking for an answer. Michael Mosley, first-year head coach of the Hornets, calls things out. And a travel right there, trying to make the extra move. And I think with Michael Mosley, an experienced head coach, that can't even do justice to how much he's done. Coached 8 years at Bloomington High School. Picked over 142 wins up there in his career. Third-place finisher in 2017. I think it's just going to take a little time to feel things out and just get better along the way.
Absolutely. You build a culture over time, and you get used to you meet new guys that are coming through, and even some guys that are leaving. Just try to build that, the respect and all that. And he definitely has the respect, and he should, for that matter. 142 and 91 record in his 8 years at Bloomington. This is still a team last year that had a 20-win season, so that factor can really accumulate to a good season for this year.
And again, playing teams that are much bigger in terms of school size and enrollment than what they'll face the majority of the season. However, that doesn't mean anything. It gives them a good opportunity to be tested before they head into their regular season action. Floater up and in. Hayworth gets himself on the board. Alex Moss picking up his first bucket of the afternoon. Still morning, I suppose. Haven't even hit noon yet. Burns travels with the ball. It was off on the three anyhow. Started talking about Burns quite a bit, but I think the thing that makes this team the most dangerous is just that team dynamic. I only see they have 4 players on their bench, whether or not that's their entire size of the roster, but they utilize all 9 guys on this roster.
Yeah, have a role for everybody. That's the best way to do it. I didn't even really notice that. That is their whole team. That's impressive.
And really, if all 9 are able to contribute, while it is nice to have options and have depth, that's the 9 that head coach Matt Pitts is most comfortable with. You'll take it. Hayworth spinning up off the back iron. Lucas Garber couldn't get it to go. Burns drives up under. Sweet move. And he's known as a shooter, but he's finished quite nice.
Nice little reverse layup under the rim.
Back and forth action. Probably the biggest thing for Hayworth, Teddy, is just responding, being able to get consistent buckets at this point.
Absolutely, and with the defense that Thayer's playing right now, you mentioned the hybrid zone. The hardest thing I've noticed is them trying to get one-on-one opportunities, yet alone just being open. So every time they get the ball, someone's doubling or something like that. So just try to find a one-on-one opportunity. Maybe give it to Nick Feather. He's had a good game so far. Try to respond back to the fast-paced action for Thayer.
Foul will stop things, and Rowan Spencer will have a seat for a moment. Again, balanced scoring thus far. Burns with 6, Harrington with 8. Blocked by Feather, saved. Thayer will get it back. Burns tries to drive in, little jumper from the wing, nothing but net. Not bad defense on that last possession, Teddy. Just a better shot.
Yeah, it was a really good look. Proved that he can do it last year with his 21 points per game, and definitely one of the key contributors for this Thayer team.
Feather will head back to the charity stripe.
See if he can keep this little streak he's got going, 4 for 4 tonight.
Hopefully nobody believes in the announcer's jinx, because Teddy may have just done it. No jinx here.
I think the announcer's jinx, just makes you better. You got to prove him wrong. Make sure it doesn't happen.
And he makes them both.
6 for 6.
Really clutched up right there, Teddy. Cooper Clark back into the game for the Bobcats. Hands it off, goes inside. Tough finish for Mark Spencer. And he'll find his first bucket of the game as the wealth of scores persist. Feather again, carrying Hayworth on his back right now on his massive 6'8" frame. 14 points for Feather.
About 4 guys all in different directions of him. Down under in the paint down there.
Gets the board, gets knocked over, heads back down. He's a man on a mission right now. Errant pass goes to Clark, and Thayer will take the steal the other direction. Up, and gonna be 2 shots coming up, nearly an and one for Brandon Prince, the junior. That's another thing looking at the roster. They have 9 guys listed, and of course 9 guys on their bench, rather the entire team. But they're not super senior heavy. They're a really good mix here. I count 3 seniors on the roster, 5 juniors, and a couple sophomores.
Yeah, you mentioned last year, they didn't graduate anybody, so to still have, usually if you don't graduate anybody, your next year will be senior heavy, so the fact that it's not proves they're going to be good for years to come.
Certainly is. They've been good for over a decade. 11 of their last 15 seasons, they've accounted for 20 or more wins. It's not something a lot of teams can say. Kicks it out. Looking for an open look. Thayer is just everywhere. Gets inside a little runner off the mark. Clark with the defense and the board. Hands it off to Burns. Burns drives in, blocked away though. And tried to be saved. But Burns was rejected right there. Looked like Tyler Bartels, the 6'1 senior, got a hand on it.
A little bit of defensive motivation, get some momentum going. They threw the ball in, almost hit some fans there. Glad they're okay.
Trailing by 13, a sizable margin, but not insurmountable. But stolen away. Thayer will try to grow the lead. Here comes Clark the other direction. Up, great body control. Up and in, Easton Pitts. You mentioned 5'9", fearless, taking it to the rack. Hayward still trying to crack the code on this zone, and timeout from Michael Mosley. Full timeout. Teddy Hayworth having trouble scoring with the regularity, especially when Feather's been in need of a rest. What do you do to switch things up? Zones can be really hard to break.
Absolutely, and offensively, you know, like I mentioned earlier, try to get someone in maybe a one-on-one situation, because as of right now, it's doubled every single time someone gets the ball. It's just the way their zone works. And down low, it's been a little effective. They've been able to get Feather down low. Even when he has had contact, he's able to score. He's up over 10 points already. So maybe that's the way to go. Defensively for Hayward, though, it's really hard. You got to slow it down. Thayer has just kept the pace going in fast breaks and finishing at the rim on those fast breaks as well. So, but it's also hard. You can't leave anybody open. They got shooters all around. Really, I would not want to be the one that has to tell this team how to play, because I don't know if I could do it.
It is fast-paced. It is fun basketball, and Thayer took about 10 to 15 seconds of this full timeout to talk things over, and they're back ready to go out on the court. Not much to change. Just keep playing your game. Michael Mosley will try and dial something up on the other side. And Mosley has learned from a lot of great coaches in his time, both under as a player and both coached against. We'll talk a little more about those later. Great experienced coach. He's back into the game now. Here's a three. Good look from Hayworth, just off the mark. Gets the offensive board. Bartels up and in for two, so a good possession out of the timeouts. And it cuts the lead back to 13, a minute left to go. Hayworth likely gets another crack at it, but Thayer will try and respond first. Around the wing they go, drives inside. Burns gets it as it gets tipped out. Driving down the lane, double team, short off the iron, gets his own miss. Can't get it a second time. Clark, third chance. Nothing going on. Hayworth comes out with it, and it's thrown out of bounds. Errant pass off the board, and you just can't have that.
Absolutely. Hayworth looked pretty strong at the start of that possession, not letting them get into the paint, which is what they really want to do. But once they got in there, just a little move to get in, and then really just controlling down low pretty easily. So that's definitely something Hayworth is going to have to target in the game plan for the second half.
Thayer can have the last shot if they want it. Shot clock is off. They're not going to try to take the last shot. Why would you? When he can just get inside. Rowan Spencer, another 2 points, and he's got 9. Another double team. Nearly a steal. No foul call. Body hit the deck. 3 seconds, now 2. Well, if they get a shot off, throwing up the last second off the back iron. And that's where we will leave things. Thayer, the Bobcats coming from Missouri, their first game of the season and first appearance here at the TOC, leading by 15 at the halftime break. And we will step aside for a brief second, send it to our advertisements. I got my words jumbled up there a little bit. Let's thank our great sponsors. You'll see them on your screen now.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftingAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
Thank you to all of our great sponsors here at the OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Now we'll send it down to Joey with Chris Hawkins. Joey, take it away.
Gavin, thanks. Good one between Hayward and Thayer to kick off day 2 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Welcome for the first time this morning into Uftring Tournament Central, where we'll have interviews at halftime in between every game today. 7 on tap in total. Joey Wright sitting down with Chris Hawkins. And Chris, you grew up with Kevin Brown in Lexington, Illinois, as we were just talking about. A lot of great memories to share with Coach Brown. And give our listeners, our viewers who may not have met Coach or crossed paths with Coach, an idea what he was all about.
Sure. Kevin Brown and I, who probably met right before kindergarten, playing baseball and such. And I will tell you, I think back, we had morning kindergarten and afternoon kindergarten. And unfortunately, we didn't have the same. I think he was in the afternoon, I was in the morning. But once we got to first grade, then we got classes together, and it was awesome. We played sports, all the sports together: baseball, football, basketball, a lot of backyard play.
And of course, he made a great impact as coach here at Washington Community High School, and captain a couple other stops along the way. What was he like as coach? What was it like to play for him? I know you got a chance to watch him coach up close and personal.
Yeah, we usually tried to sit right behind the bench. But one of my favorite stories was I was interviewing, there was a coach that was interviewing for the Home West job, and I was on the coaching panel. There was a room full of people there, and I right at the end of the interview, the guy was a dean, and he's no longer there. But at the time, I knew DMAC's basketball program was on the rise, and at the end of the interview, I just asked, as a panel member there at West, that I said, "Do you know Kevin Brown?" And he said, "Actually, it's funny you mentioned that." He said, "I took my team to a Washington High School basketball practice to see how hard Washington practiced, because I had heard how hard they practiced." And so this DMAC coach at the time says to me in this interview, he said he changed our program. In the last 2 years, we have broken the school record for wins with 25 or more wins. And he said, our kids and our coaching staff saw how hard we need to practice in order to be good. And he said, our practices changed, and of course, the results of our seasons.
A tough coach, but also one with great feel, great empathy for his players, too. You get the sense he really cared about his guys.
Oh, yeah. He and his wife, I know, they never had children of their own. But they took these kids at Washington High School, at Central Catholic, and in between there in Colorado, those kids became their kids. They brought them food, they had them over to big dinners, and really treated them like they were.
KB Strong Foundation now named in his honor, does great work in fighting glioblastoma. Pardon me. Tell our viewers a little bit about what the KB Strong Foundation is up to. I know you guys really taken off in the last couple of years since this tournament to the foundation. You've kind of taken on this cause.
Yeah, our goal is, like anyone's, when you go through a great tragedy like we did, losing Coach Brown, this terrible disease that I knew nothing about until it happened. And now we're going to spend as long as we can fighting to make sure other families have to go through the same thing. Our goal is to find a cure that will allow people to survive this thing. We've raised more than $250,000, and this tournament is really the anchor to raising all those. $20
more information available. I believe the website, kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. So, viewers, I would implore you to open up a new tab and learn more about the cause and about Coach Brown. And I know Coach put a lot into this tournament, as does everyone here at Washington High School now, or at Schermerhorn, and Herb Knobloch leading the charge on pal of his great work as well. This tournament continues in year 18 to bring them in from around the country. I know it means a lot to this community. What do you think it does mean to this community here in Central Illinois?
Well, every year it just seems like it gets bigger and better. I think Eric Schermerhorn has done an amazing job of picking up the torch, or the flag, so to speak, and making this tournament what Kevin Brown would be proud to look down and say, you know what, you're doing a great job, well done. I love the fact the number of people here last night. I wasn't here, but I heard the crowd was amazing. I don't know if the fire code was counting the people, the fire marshal, but I know it's going to be a full house tonight. Coach Schermerhorn just told me they had 8,000 tickets sold today.
It's going to be it. We're only game 1, day 2, so we've got plenty of basketball. There was a fire alarm last night. I'm glad they didn't evacuate everybody, because it would have been a hassle for them to pack Jim out and get them back in, especially at night. Anything you're looking forward to this year with the tournament specifically? So many great storylines, as always.
Yeah, I know Jody Brown, Kevin's widow, continues to talk about doing not only the great basketball, but the Thanksgiving dinner together for some of the teams. And I know she looks forward to that moment to be able to sit down and have her talk basketball with all these great teams.
Great kickoff to a Thursday that will include 5 games. Of course, we see them all live on FlexSportsIL.com. Hanging out here at Uftring Tournament Central. I do want to ask, I gave out the website for the KB Strong Foundation a moment ago. How can folks get in touch? How can folks learn more?
Yeah, we have a tent set up here. My wife and I are going to be covering the tent. You can buy KB Strong apparel, get the word out, but also the website gets better and better. We're just all a bunch of volunteers that do other things for a living, and we're learning on the go from other organizations that are trying to raise funds and put it into these hospitals, into these labs, so they can continue to do research. We talk about Kevin Brown being a winner. These doctors go home every night, they fail, and then they get back up the next day, they dust themselves off and go back to it. And Kevin Brown, I know he loves the fact that these guys aren't giving up the fight. So
it's a noble cause. I would implore all of our viewers to go to kbstrong-fightingthefight.org and learn more about the KB Strong Foundation. Chris Hawkins and Uftring Tournament Central with us. Chris, appreciate your time. We're going to go back to the gym now. Thayer and Hayworth getting ready for what should be a good second half. Gavin and Teddy will throw it back to you.
Thank you, Joey and Chris. Welcome back into Side Torrey Gymnasium. Real quick, we'll get a great word for our sponsors. Take a look to these.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
Thanks to all of our great sponsors here at the OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Second half action for you coming up. Teddy Ball and I'm Gavin Russell. Thayer will start with the ball out of Thayer, Missouri, and they hold a 15-point lead against Hayworth, Illinois. A little Midwest action here at the KBMTOC.
Gavin, we didn't really get a chance to talk about some keys to the second half, but for Thayer, they missed a 3-point attempt there. For Thayer, they've looked dominant in the first half and just able to finish on the rim and just anywhere they want to, as a block there by Harrington. But maybe for Hayworth, Gavin, are there any keys you see or things you saw in the first half they can pick up on?
Yeah, I think it's one of the things that they just need to settle in a little bit more. Again, new coach, new style. A lot of players back from last year, so kind of rebranding themselves a little bit under Michael Mosley. I think they need to just calm the nerves a little bit, get good shots like that. They'll start falling eventually. Good open look for Hayworth, but no dice, so they'll go back to Thayer. About a minute into this third quarter. Burns drives inside, tries to dump it off, gets it back, but his foot was out of bounds. Bit unlucky right there, and Hayworth will try and get the first basket of the second half.
Another thing I really wanted to talk about, and we didn't mention it at all, which we usually mention this when me and you call games, is the jersey matchups. I really like these. I really like both these jerseys. Hayworth has a nice font on the front, nice colorway, and we got a green from Thayer that you don't see too often.
It's almost reminiscent of the Kelly green that you'd see on the Philadelphia Eagles. Yep. If you're a football fan. Really like the way both these jerseys look. Blocked away. Harrington getting involved everywhere. 8 points, got a couple blocks, some rebounds to his name. Stat sheet stuffer.
It's the second block of the second half alone. Not even 2 minutes in.
Feather's gonna try a three contested, and it gets wedged in the rim. They might need Feather to come fish it out, but Harrington will punch it away.
I think that was the first of the tournament for us.
And lucky enough for the Hornets, they'll actually get it back. That's a jump ball. So they'll get another crack at it. Feather trying to direct things here. He's leading the team with 14 points, leads all scorers. Lots of moving it on the perimeter, loses the ball. Saved away though. Bartels trying to get it in. Looking for an open shot. It's going to be Moss for three. Up and down. First basket of the second half comes nearly 2 minutes in. That one's got to feel good there for Hayworth.
Finally get it going a little bit and get to feeling something going on offense. Take away for the rest of the game.
Feather fields it up. Here's Moss again. Thought about the three. Thinks better. Bartels tries to get it in. Aaron pass and he's fouled. Probably would have been a breakaway score or at least opportunity.
Yeah, but something we were talking about over halftime when you guys were in the studio was Thayer and this whole team really just buying into this system that Coach Matt Pitts has implemented and just able to do really whatever they want down low and finish at the rim with ease, despite even with players that don't have the height. We got 5'9" Easton Pitts who's been able to finish at the rim a couple times. And just this whole team buying into this system, that's what makes them so successful. Hayworth not able to figure out to this point in the game, but who knows.
Bartels coming up with it. He's going to try a three from the corner. No good. Feather with the board, up and in. 10-point ball game. And a 5-0 run to start the second half for the Hornets. They're buzzing right along.
Feather's now got 16 on the game. He's been one of the few bright spots for this Hayworth team.
Burns up and under again. Makes it look easy. I'm not sure how he does it, Teddy. Gets under the rim and just puts a nice spin. If I tried to do that, the ball would probably end up in the second row.
Looks like he threw it off the ref there on trying to keep it in bounds, but
actually the second time one of the referees have gotten hit today. A bit more of a contact sport than we might realize.
Easton Pitts fouled on the shot. Go for a little floater. And go for 2 at the line.
Haven't seen many free throws by either side. Feather has really picked up majority of those charity shots. Pitts will go from the stripe and nothing but twine. Second one is good. Four quick ones for the Bobcats after a fast 5-0 start. Bartels drives inside, blocked by Harrington. Block party here in Washington. Pitts, Euro steps, can't get it to go. Back and forth, down to Feather, stolen away, will go to the other end. Burns thought about stepping up for a 3, drives inside, throws it away, now Feather the other way. It's a track meet. And Hayworth will finally slow it down.
Interesting couple possessions here, like you said, track meet going back and forth.
Finally, somebody able to finish. Hayworth gets on the board with Tyler Wills. Up and a nice turnaround from the Bobcats, Brandon Prince. He's got a couple buckets now.
Thought about the 3.
And it'll stick with Hayworth.
Almost tipped again. Tries to feed into Feather. That'll be Thayer ball.
And Hayworth, all things considered, they're outscoring 7-4 here in the second half, so starting to get on the plus side of things. And then Teddy, don't want to write him off. Definitely an opportunity to still maybe get in this game, but maybe just taking a really good second half, even if they can't make the full comeback, would be really good for the Hornets' confidence. So they get a board right there, chance to cut it down. Moss, three-pointer, no good. But, like I was mentioning, maybe just a good second half for the confidence.
Absolutely. We talked before as well about, this is a smaller school playing against really good, bigger school teams. And although Thayer's not that big of a school, they're really, really good in the state of Missouri. So Hayworth just getting that experience, and you get a good second half and keep that momentum going for the rest of the year and know what you stack up against other teams could be useful as well.
And it's going to be a charge. Illegal screen charge is brought to you by Jody Brown, State Farm in Peoria. Jody loves the charges, and she'll sponsor every single one of them here at this year's OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Clark back in, feeds it down. Harrington up and under. Lots of good ball movement from the Bobcats. As they grow their lead back out, just shy of a 20-point margin. Trying to look for something inside. The lane is completely clogged up, that 2-3 zone. Get it down low post. Feather tips it back up and in. He has had a fantastic game, 18 points. Might be one of the better individual performances we've seen so far in this tournament, and our 5th game overall. Kicking it out, Harrington from 3. He might match it. Harrington up to 13 with a laundry list of other stats to go with it.
He's had, like you mentioned, an all-around game, defensively, offensively, being able to feed his teammates as well. Harrington has been the real deal for this Thayer team. One of the key reasons why they're up 50-31 here with 30 seconds left in the third.
And a timeout taken by Michael Mosley's Hornets. And Teddy, we talked about Michael Mosley a little bit, but he's learned from a lot of really good coaches in his day. He's a 1991 Manual grad. Of course, Peoria Manual is one of the better programs historically here in Illinois. Played for the Rams under legendary coach Dick Van Soyek and Chuck Westendorf. But he's also coached against a number of other great coaches as well. He spent time in Champaign coaching against the likes of Willie Coleman, Wayne McLean, Derek Booth. How about that? A lot of great coaches he's come along the way.
Absolutely. We talked about just how teams can learn with playing against bigger competition and tougher competition. So I guarantee coaches in any profession you try to pursue is the same thing.
He's got a lot of good experience. Three-pointer off the front iron. They are trying to move really fast. They have to. 5 seconds now. Three-pointer, Burns tries to end things. Feather will get a last-second heave, dumps it off. I don't think he knew how much time was left. And that's where we'll leave the third frame, as Thayer will grow their lead to 19 points now, 50-31. While we've got a break in the action, let's get a quick word for our great sponsors, starting with your good neighbor in Washington, Illinois, Jake Weston State Farm. You can give Jake a call at the number on your screen for auto, home, life insurance, and more. Also by Sun Power and Legacy Solar. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, you can visit legacysolarpower.com. How about all of our other great silver sponsors who do a great job helping put together this tournament, not to mention StepQ, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, Pat Sam's Country Financial, and more. Also by Kep's Sports Bar, located just down the road here in Washington. Great food, great atmosphere. Kep's is your place to go before or after the TOC or anytime you're in Washington. Also by PJ Hair and the city of East Peoria.
Gavin Hayworth in that third quarter were able to bring it within 10 at one point. Now it's a 19-point game. You mentioned how a strong second half can, bring momentum and success later on. How do you get back to that point where you're within 10 of this Thayer team?
It's really going to be difficult to do, especially with the pace that Thayer is moving at, Teddy. I think you need to just take it one quarter at a time, not let how the prior three have defined you, but hey, Thayer's got to feel really happy with how this one has went. First game of the season, as we'll see a foul. And look at that young fellow. I don't know if he's taking a nap or just stretching out in the bleachers. He's watching Clutch Sports Media. Doesn't want to watch the live action in front of him. He's got it pulled up on his phone, listening to our analysis and overwhelming expertise. I shouldn't give myself that much credit though, Teddy. More to you.
I appreciate it, yeah.
Thayer, though, is showing the expertise of a great team, and Harrington nearly finds the back of the net on a tough shot. But their 50 points in just 3 quarters, certainly very impressive. First game of the season. Up and a tough take right there. Really went up hard. Body hit Maddox Clawwitter. Looks like he might have got the wind knocked out of him a bit, which is certainly one of the worst feelings. I don't know if anybody's had the wind knocked out of them, but it feels a lot worse than it really is.
Yeah, you feel like you're dying in that specific moment, although you're perfectly fine, but not a good feeling.
They'll shake it off, and take a little oxygen in. Looks like he'll be all right. Shake it off. Teddy, on most of Hayward's offensive possessions, they're trying to employ really good ball movement, which certainly any team wants to have. However, it seems like sometimes they pass up shots, from the perimeter. Now, maybe they're not as confident in their three-point abilities, but I feel like sometimes you might as well just let it fly from distance if you get the shot.
Yeah, they've shown a lot of success down low throughout the game, but just seeing that all that success down low, it does open up three-point opportunities, and they haven't necessarily taken a lot of them. Harrington has dropped a few others spread throughout, but like you said, not that many.
A couple substitutions here for Hayward. Bartell's back in, and Mason Clawwitter. We'll check out for Maddox Clawwitter, who still appears to have a bit of the wind knocked out of him, as he'll try and shake it off a little bit. Went up against about 4 players, and will finally draw the foul. Rowan Spencer, though, fouled on the floor, so he won't shoot free throws. It's into Burns, left-handed finish.
A lot of teams in modern day would just stay around the perimeter in that situation. Like all game long, that's been their game plan, is to attack down low at any chance they've gotten, and they've done such a good job all throughout. I haven't even mentioned, this is I couldn't even really think about it, but this is their first game. It feels like this team has been playing for 2-3 weeks at this point. They've just played so well together, and it's been impressive to see how it all comes together.
Indeed, and I think it has to speak volumes to having had a lot of this group last season. Really, again, not losing anybody from a season ago when they were a Final Fourist in Class 3 in Missouri. So when you bring just about everybody back, you got to be as good, if not better, and it seems like they've gotten better. Makes me very excited to see the Stayer team, as they'll have 2 more TOC games to play. Morton and North Tampa Christian, who we've not seen yet. We've seen Morton. Burns tried to finish, but got fouled. He may have brought the whole rim off if he would have finished it.
Yeah, we heard on the little microphone we got on the back of the nets there, we heard the contact. That would have been a good slam. Just couldn't get it there, the foul, but what a moment that would have been.
Short on the first free throw, but boy, he went up with some tenacity. It's a scary sight. Even I feel like Feather would have been a little scared seeing him go up there. He tried to meet him head on. It's like 2 trains going on the same tracks right at each other.
Back to something I kind of thought of, and this Thayer team being so prepared, you assume, they got to be scrimmaging each other in practice, but really with 9 players on your roster, you can't even really do a 5-on-5 scrimmage. It just shows the preparation this team has had, and thanks to head coach Matt Pitts, what he's been able to do, why they've been so well tonight.
Just get them out, able to play in a number of different showcases and tournaments. Nearly stolen Feather over to Moss. Hayworth also will play some great competition, not just here at the TOC, as we're gonna get a steal. Burns down the lane, showtime! Ducks it with the tomahawk.
He finally got it. He tried it on that last possession. It was just so close, but he definitely wanted that dunk. A statement, exclamation mark, to the end of this game.
If he hasn't already put a few people on notice, that should have done the trick. He may not be finished yet. He's streaking down the lane. We'll kick it back out. Now drives in and out of bounds. Did a little too much right there, but boy, was that a sweet looking dunk. And Teddy, this is no disregard to all the great players out here, but I feel like some players, most of them being seniors already, the most experienced of the bunch, just have more of a professional look to them. They just seem to play with that sort of ease and smoothness that you see at the college or the professional level.
You see a lot of young teams that still have a lot of talent that can come out and play really well, but maybe not play as well as a team with that chemistry and like you said, experience. But then you have teams like this that have those guys, have the experience, and can perform at that level. Lead a group of guys behind them as well that will play for years to come as predecessors.
Indeed, it's really nice thing for all these young players to get great experience here at the TOC. I think it's maybe a younger field as turnaround jumper is up and good. Lucas Garber finds the back of the net for his first bucket. But it feels like a younger field than we've seen in past years. A lot of sophomores, a lot of juniors that you know how talented they are. They're only in their second or third year of high school, and they're 3-4-star recruits. They've got college offers, some from dozens of colleges. That's a over the back, which is really exciting because oftentimes we'll see some of these teams come back 2 or 3 seasons in a row, which means these guys right now, a year from now, could be some of the most coveted players in the nation in high school.
Yeah, we saw it last year when Joliet West came to town and the Fears brothers showed up. That was something special to watch. Everybody.
Hey, how about another slam? Another Legacy Solar slam. That one a little off the backboard action.
Seeing a few of them now. Back to what I was talking about. Last year we saw the Fears brothers play, and Jeremiah Fears, he was just a sophomore last year, and he made a statement in the games that he played, and now he's one of the top nationally ranked point guards over the nation.
Aiden Burns playing like one of the top point guards in the nation, doing it all. 18 points, a big dunk early on, 3-pointer and answer from Hayward. Chase Rupert. The other way we go, it's just basket after basket after basket. And we'll get the old substitution. The benches will empty for both sides. Get a look there at Michael Mosley's Hornets. Not again the outcome that they wanted. Fell in a pretty big way last night to Morton. However, again, great experience, great competition, and they'll have another game to play against North Tampa Christian, but their schedule is going to be tough, and these games will prepare them indeed. They play the likenesses in their conference against Fieldcrest, Eureka, and El Paso Gridley. Non-conference, Maroa, Forsyth, Seneca, and Clinton. And the 1A circuit here in Illinois for small school basketball, those are some pretty good teams.
Gavin, as we were talking about for the second half, trying to, get some things going for your next matchups, but they played pretty well in the second half in terms of staying with Thayer. The first half was not as close. They were struggling on defense, struggling offensively, trying to get over that zone, but they hung with them a lot better in the second half, and I think that's something they should definitely be proud of when they're playing a top-tier team like Thayer.
Truthfully, I don't know what the state rankings, power rankings look like in Missouri for high school basketball teams, but I'm going to be taking a look. If they're out already, I got to imagine Thayer's getting considered as one of the best in the state. I have to imagine they'd be top 10 in some category. Nick Feather out of the game for Hayworth. Likely going to be the end of his day today. He had a great day, though. 18 points for the senior. A lot of it coming in the first half. Did well from the charity stripe. Didn't miss a foul shot. So bright spot there for the Hornets. Rupert is a sophomore. So while there are several seniors, probably their top 2 or 3 scores this year will be seniors. You got guys like Chase Rupert, who already showing up in a big way. He's had a couple buckets today, including a 3-pointer a little bit ago.
Seems like we got some fans on the sideline getting into it, dancing around.
Flip up and gets his own miss. Aiden Burns is spectacular. The Miners of Missouri S&T are gonna love to have him. Maybe a few D1 teams rethinking their decision not to throw it out there, but he'll head to a very, very good D2 school at Missouri S&T. Drives down the lane and he'll get fouled. 20 points, can get it up to 22. That's a point that I think should be continually made in this tournament, Teddy. Whether or not a player is going to play Division I basketball, Division III basketball, junior college, doesn't matter. I feel like, hey, they all deserve to get noticed in a big way, but that doesn't mean anything. Some of these players are going to play at the top teams at each level.
Absolutely. And not only that, but a really good Division II player can still contend and compete with a Division I player. Like, you see, we were talking yesterday in the studio about Tyson Swanson last year. He's not playing college basketball, which a lot of people were expecting him to, but you know, he was getting looks from a top D2 and D2 schools, and he was one of the better players on that Metamora team last year that won a state championship in 3A. So really just all around that anyone can have talent and at the high school level and be able to compete and perform at a high level.
And honestly, some of the better D2 teams oftentimes can be better than some of the lower Division I programs. Not always, but oftentimes that can be the case. So Burns will stay close to home too, probably a big deal for him. Hits up and in. He's finished really well this morning as we just crossed into the threshold of the afternoon. It's 12:02. Up and Feather will find 20 points now. Adds to an impressive stat sheet from his day. Shot clock still on. We'll see if Thayer even elects to take a shot or if they'll run things out here. Pitts will dance around. Burns is gonna try a deep three. No good. Gets his own miss. They're gonna keep playing it out. Pitts, little runner in the lane. No good. Feather gets the board. Tosses it ahead. Last shot, potentially of the game. Rupert up and in. He'll finish things off. And that'll be the final score. 16-point winners are the Thayer Bobcats. They'll finish it off a 66-50 victory over Hayworth. Teddy, it's a great game. We saw some big action, really fast pace. Not to anybody's surprise. And we're going to see a lot of fast-paced basketball here, but some thoughts from our first game of the day.
Absolutely. It was really fun seeing Thayer play for the first time. We did see Hayworth play yesterday in the loss to Morton, but so entertaining to see how they would come back, and they played pretty well as well against a really good Thayer team. But for Thayer, I think it really proved that, you know, Aiden Burns, Devin Harrington, Easton Pitts, and even head coach Matt Pitts just create a great team overall effort. And Aiden Burns and Devin Harrington are going to be a great duo in Missouri for at least this year, you know. But a lot of high action. Got to see some dunks. Got to see some threes. A lot of layups down low. Some reverse layups. It's fun, entertaining, and a great way to start the day.
Don't go anywhere. We've got 6 more games this afternoon, folks, all the way into the evening. The last game starting at 8:30. Morton and North Tampa Christian will be our final game of the day. But coming up next, it's going to be Hoover out of Hoover, Alabama, and St. Lawrence up near the Chicagoland area. St. Lawrence fell last night. Hoover's first game of the season. We'll get a quick break as we change in between games. Team switches benches. And we'll get a quick word for our great sponsors.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftingAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
Thank you to all of our great sponsors here at the OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We'll send it down to the Uftring Auto Group studios with Joey and Roger Holzhauer. Joey, take it away.
And welcome to Uftring Tournament Central for the third time this morning. Joey Wright sitting down now with Roger Holzhauer after a big win for Thayer over Hayworth, Day 2, Game 1 of the Tournament of Champions. We've got some 28 games left. I better, I don't know. Roger, let's talk about basketball. Tournament of Champions here, back for the 18th year, 16th year at Washington. I know Teamworks has been a big part of it for so many years. Let's start with your favorite part of this tournament, if you could narrow it down to one.
You know what? Everybody, the basketball's phenomenal. Always has been, always will be. That is our conduit. And back when we started, I guess the planning 20 years ago, when I sit back and think about it, I probably wasn't this gray or this old at that time. But the basketball's phenomenal. But more than anything for me, it's the relationships we make with these coaches, the student athletes, getting to meet people from different parts of the country. Over the years, when we still had the prep school division, different parts of the world. We do a big Thanksgiving dinner, and I think you've been in the past.
Yep.
And that was really special when we had a lot of the international players, and their look at turkey and stuffing. Mashed potatoes pretty universal, but some of the other things that and the looks on their face like, this is what you guys do at Thanksgiving. I said, yes, we overindulge. We're American, So, yeah. So for me, that is really the big thing. Do I remember some great plays, some phenomenal dunks? I remember Hunter Perea from Lalamere throwing one down from behind the backboard, catches it behind his head. It actually made the cover of Sports Illustrated that year.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So many great players, but as you mentioned, I don't think we've mentioned Zion Williamson yet. Andrew Wiggins hasn't come up. Anthony Davis, it's Day 2. We'll get to them in time, but it's really about the community and about the atmosphere here.
And that's a big thing. I remember when Washington volunteered, when Craig Anderson and KB said, hey, we'll host year 2 because they were tearing down the Robertson Memorial Fieldhouse. And we and Pekin High School both agreed to take it on, and we took it on, and we had a great experience here. And then year 3 came around, Convention Visitors Bureau in Peoria was like, hey, we can't do this. And we said, well, we'd love to take it and just make it ours. And I remember the director of the Convention Visitors Bureau at the time said, well, how are you guys going to make this happen? And I go, well, we have an unbelievable volunteer base. And he said, and I quote, oh, yeah, you people in Washington would support a Tiddlywinks tournament. And I said, well, I don't know if you meant that as a compliment, but that's how I'm taking it. And you know what? Our volunteers are what drive our event. We have people that look forward to this all year long. We have gentlemen that have been host coaches with us since, for 17 years now, and and it's the little things, and they make friendships with coaches and people they would never meet, and that's really the cool thing. And the community rallies behind us. The city of Washington has been very benevolent to us. Chief Mike McCoy and his police department have been phenomenal to us. Washington Community High School, from Jim Dunnan, who has retired, to Dr. Kyle Freeman, who is just a huge supporter of our event, and that's all you can ask, is that you have support, and then we let's talk about the elephant in the room. In 2019 we lose KB, and our whole event turned. We were a phenomenal basketball event, and that probably sounds arrogant saying that, but hey, I'll live with that. I think we were the top Thanksgiving tournament in the country. Our numbers don't lie about that. So this became personal, and it became personal to all of us. Kevin and Jody and Sean and myself and Kirk Johnson, who will be honored tonight at before the Washington game, going in our Den of Honor with the Uftring Auto Group. We did this on a skeleton budget with a skeleton crew. And when this became a fundraiser for KB Strong and glioblastoma research, and to get the awareness out there, it's went to a next level.
I don't know how much time we have between games here, but if you could sum up maybe your favorite Kevin Braun story, it's been the coolest part, because I tell people Clutch kind of came onto the scene. We just missed Kevin, but the coolest part of being here in the tournament, Tournament Central, I think, is hearing so many stories. If you could narrow it down to maybe one quick one. You know what?
You asked me to narrow it down to one KB story, but then I also have to sit and think, there's some stories I probably can't tell here on the air. I mean, there's still statutes of limitations in that. But I think one of the things that will forever stick with me, and don't ask me why. Don't ask me why this sticks with me. Kevin's retirement was, they had bought Camp Comfort, and they were RVing, and they were loving their RV. And anybody that saw KB coach knows that intensity, if you look up intensity in the dictionary, it probably had a picture of this bald-headed gentleman with his face bright red screaming at the top of his lungs. But I walk in the gym, he had got this beautiful RV. I mean, this thing was gorgeous. He had it parked here behind the school. They had just bought the campground, so he was, and he was staying in the RV. And I walk in the gym and I look down the floor, and here's Kevin rolling around on the floor with his 80-pound bulldog Bayette. And you know what? It's weird things that bring tears to your eyes, and you're just like, oh my God. And then to watch him interact with the littles and the coaches' kids, and I see Charlie Schemmerhorn run around here manning a camera for you guys, and I watched coach with Charlie and Anna when they were babies and that, and Zach Martin's littles, and then how cool was it to watch him with the Vanderheit boys. And now number 3 is a freshman for us, and it's just kind of like, wow. I wish more people saw, as Jody always says, camping Kevin, the hat on backwards, just because what a neat human being that cared for everybody. And I wish everybody saw that side, but then again, part of me says, I'm kind of glad I got to, so.
He left a great mark on this community. KB Strong Foundation online, kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. Great resource to learn a little more about Kevin, a little more about what KB Strong is up to. Great work in the fight against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. Roger, I got to get some caffeine here. I got to get going here at day one.
That sounds
Absolutely.
great. Yeah. You know what? We're sitting here and we're going, wow, we're 5 games in now of 31, which how cool is that, though, that we're 5 games in and everybody goes, well, how long does it take you to put this together? A couple weeks, couple months, and that? And I go, well, actually, Sean Powell, I believe, has teams invited for the 24 event, so which we always kind of have to do. And this guy, I mean, we try to give him as much credit, and he tries to deflect a lot of the credit, but how an NBA team hasn't scooped this guy up for just he finds some hidden gems for us, and the research he does, this isn't by accident that we get these teams. It isn't because, well, hey, I'm just going to go look and see who the team was, so.
Little too recent to tell, I think, from last year, but you go back to 21, Jaden Shute, Hansel Emmanuel were here. You go back to 2019, man, Walker Kessler was here, J.D. Davison, so many guys now in the NBA, 4 or 5 from that tournament alone.
Well, so we just got done with one of our KB Strong clinics over at the middle school here in town, and Maumelle, Arkansas came in, was our host team this year, which how cool is that? And I honestly, I think it was as much fun for them as it was for the 65 littles that were there. But I'm talking to the kids afterwards, and my nephew, who's 11, been at the tournament since the day he was born pretty much with me, and I'm going through the list of people, and he goes, don't forget Tyler Hero. I mean, when you forget Tyler Hero, when you forget KZ Okpala, I mean, my God, we've had some superstars. DeAndre Jordan. I mean, here's a Olympic gold medalist that is in our Den of Honor, but we don't talk about him a whole lot. And that it's kind of crazy, the talent we've had. And then you see some of the other side of that, the academic. One thing we're doing this year that is something new for us, the last few years as a fun thing, we've done the all-hair team. This year it's the Sheer Heaven all-hair team, is PJ Hair, which is a local, very large contracting firm, wanted to do an all-academic team. And you go, okay, that's cool. And everybody submitted all their rocket scientists that they have on their teams, and they all have them. But I sit here and I go, one of our honorees, I believe in 21, was now Dr. Ben Ryan. Who Dr. Ben Ryan, Benny was a heck of a player for us. And, went on, played at Augustana, was, started 4 years at a Division III powerhouse, and is going to be an orthopedic surgeon. Or I shouldn't say going to be. He is. He is in his residency. That's what makes you go, wow, And when you start seeing guys and they come up to you, and I guess I'm officially getting old because I look at these guys and I go, boy, you look familiar. Hey, I don't know if you remember me. I played in the Tournament of Champions in 2006 at the Fieldhouse, and I'm like, oh, yeah. Yeah, now I remember. Yep, thank you. Sure. Verdell Jones. Verdell Jones is now a firefighter in Champaign, and his younger brother's a firefighter. It's a really cool deal. It's a cool deal to see where these guys have went and what they've done with their lives and that.
They go far, on and off the court.
Yeah,
Looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
Not sure how much time we have until game 2 here, waiting there, getting set up still in the booth. I feel like they've only got, 15 minutes between games? Feels like it's been, it goes by quick, of course, with Roger Holzhauer. But I tell you, Roger.
You don't put a microphone in front of me unless you want to hear me talk. So.
If I can make one prediction about this year's tournament, though, it seems to happen every year we're here, is there's going to be a guy on a team, every team here worthy, deserving, but there's going to be a team you maybe overlook, a guy you overlook. That guy's going to drop 45. It's going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
It seems like every year. It's not who you expect. It's not the Oklahoma commit.
No.
It's not the Georgia commit.
No.
It's someone who's trying to make a name for themselves.
We had this discussion last night during one of the games, and I said, somebody goes, oh, that kid's hit a lot of threes. I said, on a Saturday morning here a couple of years ago, and it's probably been 8 or 9 years ago, young man from Champaign Central, Noah Wells, hits 11 threes, and he hit 10 of them in a row. And, on a Saturday morning, 9 a.m., one-eye open game, and, he wasn't a high major recruit, Wonderful young man, great kid. But, we always have that one that just – and, I always tell the story about I talked to a college coach who is no longer in the area as a college coach. This might have been part of the deal. And Sean tells him, he says, hey, this kid from Hazelwood Central out of St. Louis, he's a senior who's uncommitted. And he goes, he could play for you. Yeah. And this guy goes, I just don't think he can play at that level. And he came out and he lit up and ended up going to Arkansas for 1 year before he went to the NBA. And I think B.J. Young's a pretty good player. I remember having a coach tell me in the stands here during the middle of the first game, I said, boy, this kid from South Carolina, he could be pretty good. He goes, he's a little pudgy. He doesn't have a body, and I just don't think he could play at our level. Yeah. And I go, you don't think he can play? He goes, he's an NAIA D3 guy down the road. And I said, okay. Well, he ended up if anybody remembers, in that game, Zion had 2 points in the first 4 minutes.
Yeah.
He ended up with 50. And I'll tell you what, it was much must-watch basketball after that because that young man put a show on.
Yeah.
But when you talk about the teams in the event, you have to understand, Zion Williamson was a superstar.
Yeah.
His team went 2-2 in our event. You know, Anthony Davis's team got 40-pieced.
Yeah.
I mean, they got thumped by a Gary Lou Wallace team that was phenomenal.
J.D. Davison, much the same. Alabama State Championship winning team that I think they lost by 40 points when they were here.
Lost 4 games by 40 points. And they had ended the year with a state championship with 4 losses. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
You know, but it's what makes you better. You know, it's what makes you better. You can go to name a small town Thanksgiving tournament and go play there and win all 4 games and feel really good about yourself in the first week of December.
Absolutely.
And I don't think that there is a state in the country that crowns a state champion in the first week of December. Nope, I think pretty much in March. So
It's not where you start, it's where you finish.
You got that right.
But a great start to the season here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, presented by OSF Healthcare. Joey Wright, Roger Holzhauer, and Uftering Tournament Central. Roger, I think they're ready to go. Thanks for stopping by.
Sounds great. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate you guys and all you've done for us.
Absolutely, Roger. Let's go back to the booth, guys. It felt like a long, I don't know how much time we were on, but it felt
like about 3 days.
I know. Thanks.
I'm glad my stomach didn't start growing.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftering Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UfteringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
Welcome back to Torrey Gymnasium. Thanks of all our great sponsors here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, the OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Back in the booth with you is Gavin Russell. Alongside me is Teddy Ball. And Teddy, we've got another great game on tap, the second of day 2. It is the St. Lawrence Vikings taking on the Hoover Buccaneers. St. Lawrence out of Burbank, Illinois, near the Chicagoland area. Hoover out of Hoover, Alabama. Teddy, this is a big matchup. We've got some prolific players to take a look at, starting probably most notably the junior, Dwayne Brown.
Absolutely, and I'm excited. We haven't gotten the chance to see Hoover play so far in the tournament. We saw St. Lawrence play yesterday when they fell to Washington in a pretty competitive game. But Hoover, this is a team that won a state championship last year in 7A down in Alabama. So it's going to be a very interesting game to see how they play over here against Illinois competition. And like you mentioned, Dwayne Brown, one of the best recruits in that state. So it's going to be a fun one.
Not one of the best recruits just in the state. How about the entire nation? He's a four-star recruit by Rivals in 24/7. He's got 10 Division I offers right now as a junior. The likenesses of Alabama, Auburn, Mississippi State, Ole Miss, University of Alabama, Birmingham on that list. So he's got some prolific teams for a prolific player, only fitting. St. Lawrence has a few talented players of their own. Josh Pickett headed to Denver. Caleb Lindsay, Zarek Johnson, a couple of really good juniors, both with college ball in their futures, uncommitted though. And we'll get the starting lineups now for the Buccaneers and the Vikings. We'll start with the team in black. Some orange trim, orange letters and numerals and numbers. They'll roll out the following lineup. It's Jarrett Fairley, the 6'2" junior wearing number 1. Number 2, Elijah Thomas, the 6' senior. Seneca Robinson, the 5'11" junior, number 4. Salem London, the 6'5" junior. And he's hard to miss out there, the man in double 5. That's Dwayne Brown, the 6'9" junior. St. Lawrence Vikings in their white home uniforms with some black trim, a little yellow to go along with it, both with clean looking jerseys. Bradley Stratton leads things off, the 6'1" junior wearing number 0. Josh Pickett, number 1, the 6'5" senior. Khalil Jones, the 6'2" junior wearing number 2. Zarek Johnson, as previously mentioned, the 6'2" junior. And rounding things out is Caleb Lindsay, the 6'5" junior. Coaches for these teams, Byron Burt for St. Lawrence, for Hoover, Scott Ware. And of note also a familiar face to recent TOC memory, Roshan Russell is an assistant coach. The former St. Rita Mustangs head coach is now an assistant coach with St. Lawrence. So some good coaching stuff going on there for the Vikings. Lots of great experience, and of course Hoover speaks for themselves. Teddy, talk a little more about this Hoover team, about St. Lawrence. It should be a great matchup.
Absolutely, and Hoover, they're a team that last year they finished 31-4, just an absolutely dominant record with 14-0 at home and 10-1 in neutral games, which is what we're playing right now. So they know a thing or two about winning games on the road or just in areas they're not too familiar with. As they come all the way from Alabama, I'm sure they're prepared.
And the tip is won by Brown and the Bucks. We'll get things started off here. Moving it around the perimeter, Brown trying to find some space and size. Definitely a size matchup here on St. Lawrence. He'll get it into that post, double team, going up, fouled, and nearly an and one. Pretty clear what the game plan's gonna be here, Teddy. It's gonna feed the big fella the ball.
Yeah, we see it from them, but also for the Vikings, they immediately just surrounded Dwayne Brown down low just to try to stop and limit his ability. Gets the foul, not exactly what they wanted to do, but misses the first free throw. Maybe that's a little bit better than getting the 2 points.
Indeed. I feel like they'll be okay with fouling him a little bit more today than allowing him to have easy buckets, and I think that we'll see at least a dunk or two from somebody. Brown probably a good contender from that.
We've seen some good ones early on. The El Paso Gridley lob at the very start of the game yesterday and even last game from Thayer.
Reminder, all those dunks are brought to you by Legacy Solar. Tipped out of bounds. And it'll stick with the Bucks. Drops it off, little screen and roll action. Trying to find that low post, double teamed again, stolen away by the Vikings. Tipped around, here comes Pickett, and it's gonna be a blocking foul on the floor. So we'll take it sideline out of bounds.
Yeah, but something we haven't really talked about. And we mentioned this last game about some teams, Hayworth playing bigger competition, but look at St. Lawrence, this is a team with an enrollment of 710. Hoover, however, has an enrollment of 2,700. So just a little bit different in terms of enrollment and size of these two schools.
Pickett, but blocked away there by Brown. Says, not in my house. Other way, coast to coast, and our first bucket of the game is Jarrett Fairley. 3-0, the Buccaneers start. Khalil Jones picks the dribble up, stolen away. Tipped ahead, Fairley comes back up, and he'll be fouled. The 6'2 junior will get a chance at a couple of points here at the charity stripe.
All right, 2 trips to the line for the Buccaneers. Seems like that's probably going to be the game plan for the Vikings in terms of trying to stop the paint presence of Hoover.
Yesterday, Teddy, I talked in our Uftring Auto Group studio with Robert Dowling, who's the head of officiating here. He's been here for the entirety of the tournament and just missed 1 year, though, because he had ankle surgery, is what he was telling me. But I asked him, how do you officiate, such a fast-paced game? Robert, of course, not officiating in this game, but says you just got to stay out of the way. Got to call the necessary stuff, but wouldn't expect to see too many soft fouls. Everything will be pretty much earned along the way today as far as fouls go.
When you have players with the amount of talent that we see here at TOC each and every year, you kind of just got to let them play, though, because so many players are going to play physical. A lot of them are going to be aggressive on defense, and so let the boys play.
Personally, I like that a lot more. I said on the broadcast yesterday, I don't know if anybody's really truly a fan of seeing fouls called, or a lot of them. That's a nice jumper right there. The lead extends to 6 for the Buccaneers, and Jarrett Fairley, another one. He's got 5. And another foul right here. We've seen our 4th foul already, so a few more than we've been accustomed to seeing so far in the tournament, but every team's going to match up a little differently, Teddy. So far, got to give a lot of credit to St. Lawrence. They haven't gotten on the board yet, but they're holding Dwayne Brown at bay in the low post.
They are doing a really good job. On that last possession, the foul was actually on Jarrett Fairley. Looks like he got just a little kind of annoyed with the St. Lawrence player getting a little too close as they finally score there with the 3 by Josh Pickett.
Pickett, the Denver signee now. He'll be headed to play there next year. Brown goes over the top and falls out of bounds. Pickett is a versatile 3-level scorer. Doesn't really matter where he's at. Definitely in the modern game, we've kind of gone away from one-dimensional players, which honestly I think has just ratcheted up the competition. We see more and more players like Josh Pickett who can play just about at every face. He's going to be down low, but he's also going to be hitting 3-pointers like you just saw moments ago.
Absolutely. In current day, if you can't score, if you can't score, you're not going to be a great, successful high school basketball player. So now it's, if you are a good scorer, to elevate your game to the next level, you have to do even more than that. As the Vikings tie it up at 6 apiece, both these teams are elevated quite well.
Josh Pickett already 2 triples, leading the way. He's got all 6 for the Vikings. Fairley spins out. Thrown up, no good. Vikings will go the other direction. Ryan Seaton took it down, brought it back. Pickett, heat check, just off the back iron. Spinning up and in, nice move. Zarek Johnson, he's got potentially some D1 college basketball in his future, not committed anywhere, still getting a few looks from some teams. Drops it off to Fairley. Brown just nothing going. He'll get in the low post. Pushes down with the arm, and it's going to be a charge, a Jody Brown State Farm charge.
Got to give credit to St. Lawrence. They are playing a lot better than I might have expected them to do against Dwayne Brown. He's been limited, like you said, limited early on. Seems like he's getting a little frustrated, but he checks out, and in comes Jackson Sheffield. Another 6'9" forward.
So It'll be Dwayne Brown's back up for a little bit, and a foul right there, nearly an and one from Ryan Seaton. A couple of big fellas for the Hoover Buccaneers. Nice when they can be interchangeable. Get yourself a good starter and a backup. Seaton, first foul shot, no good. Last night, as you were mentioning, St. Lawrence fell to Washington to a capacity crowd. Of course, Washington, the host team here at the tournament, always involved with this tournament. They play on their home floor. Probably a game St. Lawrence would like to have back a little bit. Granted, Washington played well.
It's also really hard to beat a team like Washington, especially in their home court where an atmosphere like that, as packed as it was, to open a season is very difficult.
Really is. The first game, maybe if you have a couple of games already under your belt, but that was just things getting started. They'll try to respond today against a state champion Hoover team who is more than proven. Fairley driving in, nowhere to go, kicks it back out. Dwayne Brown off the floor and a travel turnover by the Bucks. So they started on a 6-0 run to start the game. Now it's been 9 straight for the Vikings.
They played really well. Josh Pickett able to control Jackson Sheffield down low, just a little physical, but not letting anything up, and he's doing a good job playing defense against a guy 4 inches taller than him.
Stops. There he goes again. Second straight bucket for Zarek Johnson. Really quick and athletic player. Probably my biggest takeaway is they're just one of the more athletic teams you're going to see in this tournament. Fairly up. Tough take. Gets his own miss. Kicks it out. Shot clock has reset. Thrown up and fouled. And going to the stripe for 2 will be Salem London.
Maybe that's what Hoover needs, a little bit of something to slow down the pace. Take these free throws. Try to limit the momentum that St. Lawrence has right now, because they're on a good run.
Breaks the streak there. It was 11 straight for St. Lawrence.
Now checking in for St. Lawrence, or sorry, for Hoover. Dwayne Brown comes in, so now him and Jackson Sheffield are on the court together, 2 6'9" guys.
And second one is up and good.
Curious to see how they play together.
Pickett has already hit 2 threes. Here comes another. Doesn't hit anything. A little deeper than maybe you're normally accustomed to. Hoover can get it within 1 or tie the ball game. Gets it down to Brown, low post, up and in. That's what they've been looking for, and the big fella delivers.
For the most part, St. Lawrence has been able to limit just a few shots that Dwayne Brown shot. It's not like he's shot a bunch, but they've been able to limit just the engagement with him down low, not forcing them to not pass to him. He finally gets it there. Maybe encourages his teammates. All right, give it to me a few more times.
He'll tie the ball game on the 3-point play. He's got 4 points now. Back to Pickett. That's the matchup we're looking at. Brown and Pickett. On the volleyball line. Kicks it back over. Notice on the back of St. Lawrence jerseys, they have the word together above the number. Need to get a shot off here. Last second shot to beat the buzzer. Doesn't hit anything. Recovered by Hoover. Down the lane, up and no good. And out of bounds, it'll go back to St. Lawrence. But you see the word together on the back of their jersey. We've seen a lot of teams start to do this, just really building and continuing to maintain that culture so big in the game today. And obviously St. Lawrence is employing a great culture up in Burbank.
Yeah, I think a big knock on the current state of like high school basketball is very individual based. And so it's good when you have coaches like Byron Burt who will encourage his players and his team to stay together as one unit. It's definitely what elevates specific teams above the rest. Josh Pickett to the line now. Shoot two.
First one is off from Pickett.
Something I don't see a whole lot of teams take advantage of that St. Lawrence does is when they shoot 2 free throws, they'll have a little huddle going on and get a little extra timeout and get to talk to the players that aren't shooting.
Pickett can break the tied seal, and he does. So 1-point lead for the Vikings, who are led by as much as 5. Hoover does not have the last shot according to the shot clock. 3-pointer, quick one. Gets their own miss, kicks it back out. Shot clock resets still on. Down the lane, kicks back out, 3-pointer, wide open! Buries the triple. Salem London puts the Bucks in front. Last shot opportunity for St. Lawrence. They fire it up and in. 14 all. London, last second 3 off the iron. And that's where we will leave the first quarter. 14 all. It's going to be a good one, folks. Strap in for the last 3. Well, we got a break in the action. Let's get a quick for our great sponsors, starting with Jake Weston in Washington. Like a good neighbor, Jake from State Farm is there in Washington. You can call at the number on your screen or visit his website. Also by Sun Power by Solar Legacy. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. All of our other great silver sponsors, including Sefke Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, Pat Sam's Country Financial, and all of our other sponsors supporting the TOC. Also by Kep Sports Bar and Grill, located just down the road in Washington. Great sports bar atmosphere. Great food, great time. Go check Kep's out. PJ Hair and the City of East Peoria are proud sponsors of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Also brought to you by the title sponsor, OSF Healthcare and their new Cancer Institute. They do great things leading the charge for cancer treatments and research, not just in Peoria, but around the nation and around the world. Thank you to OSF Healthcare supporting the KB Strong Foundation and the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Deadlocked at 14. It's been as good as we've expected. Primetime basketball with Josh Pickett and Dwayne Brown. Pickett dumps it off. Floater short. Bounce around. Back to St. Lawrence. Blocked away. Bodies hit the deck. Playing some soccer. The ball's kicked around. Down London on the alley-oop.
This is the fast-paced basketball you get signed up for when you tune into TOC basketball. This is what I love.
Hope you were ready. Pickett trying to be ready for a three. Tickles the twine for the triple. Don't look away. Down to the other end. Brown spin move up and in. Scoring here, scoring there. Wow. Finally slowing down a little bit. Let me catch my breath. St. Lawrence kicks it back out, 15 on the shot clock. Khalil Jones, free throw line area jumper, no good. Brown hauls it in. He'll pass it off to London. Cross-court pass intercepted by Jones. Other way, three-pointer, deep, got it to go! St. Lawrence back in front. Bradley Stratton. Buccaneers trying to answer, no good. Jones with the board.
The shiftiness and just tenacity that the St. Lawrence team plays with, that's another three goes up, doesn't fall, is insane. How they're getting these rebounds, how they're getting these steals. Defense translates to offense, and they've played really, really well so far. That's why they're up by 2.
And a timeout brought to you by Jake Weston State Farm. Let me catch my breath a little bit, Teddy.
It's a very fast-paced opening to the second quarter. Wouldn't want it any differently, though. It's the most entertaining game we've had today.
This fast-paced basketball is something you'll be able to catch all week here on ClutchSportsIsle.com at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions. We got great games coming up the rest of the week, but maybe set your radar a little closer to today, what you can look forward to in the next couple hours. Our next game's coming up, Great Collegiate Academy against Notre Dame of Peoria. Metamora will be back at it against Victory Christian Academy. For some of the games, other highlights to watch tonight, 8:30 p.m. Morton versus North Tampa Christian, part of the Gray Ribbon Shootout. Full slate of games back on Friday, games tomorrow, even on Thanksgiving, we'll have you covered. And again, all day Saturday as well, so lots of basketball to be played. Buccaneers trail by 2. London throws up a shot in the lane, tipped out, and it's going to be an over-the-back call on Dwayne Brown. And Brown picks up his second foul, so nothing too much of concern, but we've got a lot of game left to go, as he'll take a seat. Don't want to risk him getting any more fouls.
Especially with how physical the game has been early on, and you don't want you pick up 1 or 2 more accidental fouls, and then you're in foul trouble for the rest of the game. It's smart for him to sub out real quick.
Stratton carried the basketball, right idea, but just picked it up a little bit too much. Sometimes playing a little fast like that can come back to bite you.
And you know, Gavin, both of these teams, we saw last game, even though it's the second day, there's still some teams that haven't played so far this season or at this tournament. And for Hoover, although it's their first game of the tournament, they have played 3 games so far this year. They won against Central, a Tuscaloosa school, 84-34. McElroy, 74-51, and 62-48 as they start 3-0.
Elijah Thomas on the three-point ball gives the Bucks the lead, 1 point. Floated up, no good. Brought down by the backup big fella Jackson Sheffield. Here's London again. Working it around, fairly, three-pointer just off the mark. Sheffield is going to be fouled. And St. Lawrence didn't love the call there. Foul credit to Ryan Seaton, but to me it looked like he had a good handle on him, and it's hard to box a guy out that much bigger than him.
Like we mentioned, they've done a good job of playing down low, but at a certain point, that size, it'll catch up a little bit, so they're definitely going to have some points that they struggle with that. But they played well throughout this game so far.
Salem London drives down the lane. And he traveled, right idea. Again, just an extra step. Sometimes your head is in the right place. Just an errant turnover right there. Seen a few each way. They'll get settled in on that. Down the lane to Pickett. He'll turn around and fire. No good. Just rimming out. Good looking shot inside the free throw line. Here come the Vikings down the lane. London intercepts it. London up and in. And timeout, St. Lawrence.
St. Lawrence, they need the timeout. They're right in the game, but you don't want this team to pull away. Hoover is a team that when they get on a roll, they can really just leave that game alone, just take control. So the Vikings, they played really, really well so far this game. They've stayed it close. They've had a lead a couple times, but timeout right now is probably smart.
They will discuss things over a little bit. I see Roshan Russell there in the huddle. So you get a look there at St. Lawrence's bench. St. Lawrence making, I believe, their first appearance in this tournament. They are first-time TOC teams, along with Hoover. But Roshan Russell is no stranger to this tournament. He's been here the last couple of years with some great St. Rita programs.
St. Rita, one of the most entertaining teams to watch last season. They had two really, really good forwards with James Brown and Marez Johnson, two D1 commits, one going to North Carolina and the other committing to Illinois.
Marez Johnson Jr. drew a big crowd last year as we saw Brad Underwood and some Illinois Fighting Illini players come out to watch him. St. Rita not in this year's field, but one of the many greats that'll go down in history for the tournament. Lots of great players historically, and these players trying to cement themselves on that list. Seaton blocked away by Sheffield. Three-pointer off the mark. Jones gets the board, and he'll kick it back out. Three-pointer deep is good. Bradley Stratton.
He's been lights out from beyond the arc so far tonight. I think that's at least 3 threes that he's made. He's been on fire.
Three-pointer the other way off the iron. And 23 all. This could shape up as one of the closer games in the tournament. I remember Roger Holzhauer before the game in the studio talking with Joey Wright mentioned, you know, some games are a little lopsided even for the best of teams and players. That just speaks to the competition that we have here, but at the same time we always get some of these games that end up being very close.
I feel like I owe St. Lawrence a little apology myself. I was expecting a competitive game, and although it is very competitive, I'm not sure I was expecting it to be this competitive, and I guess I just wasn't familiar with their game enough, so they've really stuck in it, and it's not like they just went on a run. It's been blow for blow, and they've been able to compete with one of the best teams in Alabama, if not the best team in Alabama.
That's a Jody Brown State Farm charge. Still deadlocked at 23. Seneca Robinson hands off to Salem London. London shoots for three off the iron. Pickett down at the board, over to Jones. And he is fouled on him, trying to make a little bit of a move there, maybe a hop step. Neither team in the penalty. Reminder, if you haven't read about this rule or watched some of our games last night, now in the IHSA, team fouls reset at the end of each quarter, and 5 fouls puts you in the bonus. So no more fouls per half, it's fouls per quarter. And no more 1-and-1 bonus, it's just automatically 2 shots in the penalty. Bucks trying to take the lead, no good. London gets the board, throws it up, got it to go, second chance efforts. That's gonna be big time for both these teams if they can get multiple opportunities cleaning up on the glass.
We've seen a lot of offensive rebounds from both sides, really just being able to capitalize on that. Obviously you wanna make the first shot if you can, but sometimes the second one is even better.
Stepping through, back to Pickett. Three-pointer over the high arching block attempt. No good from Seaton. Buccaneers will work it around the perimeter. Seneca Robinson holds it near that Panther. Plays catch with Jacob Perez. Perez, a junior. 6 seconds, now 5 on the shot clock. Telling them they need to shoot the ball. At the buzzer, they're gonna say it was a shot clock violation.
The Hoover bench all stood up, they saw it, if they weren't sure the players saw it.
No, it's gonna be a foul.
Oh, okay.
Foul just before the shot clock's expiration. Really kind of a bad foul there, Teddy, with the shot clock expiring. And the Buccaneers need to take a prayer of a shot. You don't want to foul in that situation.
Yeah, definitely not. But also, we got to give the benefit of the doubt. It's only the second year with this shot clock. Obviously, you don't want to foul in any situation unless you really need to, but a lot of these teams just are not used to that and might not have been even comprehending that was going on.
Extends the lead to 2 shots now. And the third one is up and good. Nothing but nets. So the Buccaneers now have the healthiest lead we've seen out of either side today of 5. Matches St. Lawrence's lead from the first half. Under 10 to go, first half action. Jones drives in, free throw line, double dribble. And the Buccaneers with some momentum with a second left before the half.
They have an opportunity to get a shot off real quick and try to go up by 8.
They'll try and toss something in here. Way down the court, and nobody will get it. And that's where we will leave the first half of action. It's been as good as we could have asked for, Teddy Ball. Buccaneers 28, Vikings 23, just a 5-point margin as these teams will head into the halftime locker room. We'll get a quick word for our great sponsors.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftingAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
Thank you to all of our great sponsors. We'll send it down to the Uftring Auto Group studio. Michael Savoy is with Braden Vanderheit. Fellas, take it away.
Hello and welcome to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions halftime show. I'm Michael Savoy. Alongside me is Braden Vanderheit. And Braden, it's been a good first couple of days of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. I'm wondering, from a player's perspective, what has caught your eye?
You know, this competition this year, it's probably the best we've had in a long time, maybe throughout all of the years. Bunch of teams that are just willing to compete, you know, win, and we've got a big crowd, so it's just been like really spectacular so far.
Sure, and it's hard not to mention Kevin Brown when talking about the Memorial Tournament of Champions. Kevin Brown, obviously our famous Washington head coach, had died to a rare disease. The Vanderheit family knew Kevin Brown very well. So speaking on the Vanderheit family's behalf, how has Kevin Brown meant to your family?
So, you know, I never got to play for Coach Brown. I always grew up as a kid, showing up to these practices with my dad, you know, being a coach, my brother playing. I love being around him. He was more than just like a coach. He was a father figure to the players and the families of all the players. So I'm a little upset that I never got to play for him, but he's a great coach, and we definitely miss him.
And looking into today's matchup against Dale, you guys know you're going up against Dale, being the defending state champions in the state of Oklahoma. Do you guys, going into that game, do you guys, obviously you guys have a chance, 0-0, it's when you guys tip it off, but going into that game, what do you guys expect out of Dale?
You know, we're just willing to compete all 32 minutes of that game, maybe more if we need to. We're not going to overlook anybody. We're not going to overhype anybody. You know, we're just going to go out there, play our game. We got confidence for sure, so we just need to out-tough everyone.
And going into that game, you guys are a very gritty team. You guys have showed out year in and year out in the Middle Illini. So what players do you think out of your guys' team would have to step it up against that Dale team?
You know, I think all of our guys are tough, physically, mentally. Never a doubt with any of my boys. You know, I think we're all stepping up pretty well, so I'm ready.
And speaking of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, there's always an all-tournament team for these types of tournaments. It's a given, but there's also an all-hair team for this tournament. What do you think out of your team could compete for the all-hair title?
Oh, no, I think my man DeAndre could definitely get it. He's got the dreads with the different colored twigs. I think he could be in the running there.
Out of what you've seen for the first couple of days, is there anyone who's caught your eye for that title?
No, not really. I haven't really been looking out for that. I'm just looking out for the competition here. So.
I mean, obviously Jeremy Fears last year with the two-sided hair, the white on one side and the black on the other side. That's some crazy hair. It's also kind of unique for that to be a thing. The Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions to have an all-hair team. Speaking of this season for Washington, you guys obviously are in the very tough Mid-Illini Conference. You guys had Metamora. They were in state a couple of years. They won the state championship last year. They're always going to be a very tough team. They just added Cooper Koch. You also talk about Morin, which is in the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions. They're also a good team. You know, where do you guys think you guys stack up in terms of the Mid-Illini this year?
You know, it's a new year. Every year's a new year. New teams, guys graduating, guys transferring. You know, we're just ready to compete. Anything that anybody wants to throw at us, we're ready. So
sure,
we're just ready for this year.
And obviously, going into this year, you guys know we are going up against the Mid-Illini. Obviously, you guys face them year in and year out. Is there anything postseason-wise that you guys think you guys can accomplish this year?
You know, I think we could, if we play as a team, you know, we play together, we could go pretty far if we stay together the whole time. You know.
As a team, are you guys eyeing any specific goals
Everyone's goal every year is get to that last game at U of I. So that's exactly what we're going for.
It's surely going to be very tough. That goal is a good goal to set, but it's going to be very tough. The Mid-Atlantic Conference, very tough, so your regular season already is pretty stacked. You talk about the competition you're playing here. I already talked about Dale, and you guys are going to play Hoover, both the really good teams that both won the state championships in their respective states. So you guys are getting a very tough test right away.
Yep.
So talking about, because you're a senior, you have very ambitious goals, I'd assume. Being a really good basketball player like yourself, and obviously your time at Washington will come to an end at some point. So, do you have any future goals for yourself?
Yeah, so I'm actually going to play college baseball. So, obviously I want to play pro baseball when I'm older. So that's exactly what I'm going for.
That's a very ambitious goal. And talk about baseball. I'm a big baseball guy myself. I played in high school. Obviously, I didn't make it into college. It's hard to do that. So good for you to get in college baseball. That's a good scholarship to have. Anything for the Washington baseball team this year? You guys think you guys can win the Middle Illini? You guys think you have that kind of goal?
Always. We're always confident in that sort of thing.
Okay.
We're excited for the season, though.
Okay. So going back to basketball, in terms of the Tournament of Champions, is there any game that's opening, is eye-opening to you?
Yeah, definitely tonight, Dale, us versus Dale. Tomorrow, Hoover, good teams that we're ready to compete against, so.
All right. Well, that's all we have. Braden, thanks for joining us. We'll send it back to Gavin and the crew.
Okay, done.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftingAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
Welcome back inside Sorry Gymnasium. Thank you, Michael, in the studio, and all of our other great sponsors. Get a look at their great Collegiate Academy hanging out. Got the headphones on, and there's Torrey Gymnasium as the Buccaneers of Hoover and the St. Lawrence Vikings get their last few warm-up shots in. Teddy, it was an entertaining first half. Close matchup as you see our score 28-23. Some first half thoughts.
Absolutely, it was a really entertaining first half from both sides. It wasn't one side outplayed the other, although the score is a 5-point lead for Hoover. But for Hoover, I'd say the second half goal is definitely trying to get Dwayne Brown more involved. He's one of your key guys and one of the top in the nation. And so far tonight, the St. Lawrence Vikings have been able to hold him at bay for the most part. Still made some plays here and there, but not maybe what you might want. And for St. Lawrence, just keep doing what you're doing. Try to limit defensively, try to limit their key players as much as possible. Let them space the floor and shoot the threes. St. Lawrence three-point shooting has been outstanding in the first half. Just keep doing that, and we should be set for a really good matchup throughout the rest of the game.
Indeed, getting a little bit of everything in this game. Only thing I still yearn to see is a Legacy Solar Slam. I'd love to see one of these big fellas or one of these high flyers throw it down, but pretty good potential we see that. And otherwise, it's been great basketball here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Gavin, maybe we did have a little bit of a broadcaster jinx when we talked pre-game about wanting to see some dunks, and we saw some last game, and boom, just like that, we haven't quite seen them. So let's hope and pray we get to see some. But both of these teams have the athletes and athletic ability to throw some down.
Certainly can. We've already seen a number of big plays today. I'm sure we'll continue to see many more throughout this game and the rest of the tournament. Buckle up, we got a great one in the second half to go. And could be one of the closer matchups we see the entirety of the tournament. St. Lawrence letting a little revenge down here in Central Illinois after falling to host Washington last night by 10. Hoover wants to make their presence known in their first game of the season. Salem London, a deep three, no good.
I sure hope the Washington Panthers team is watching this game, though, because, I didn't even notice that they were over there, over in the corner. This is definitely a test to see how Hoover would stack up against them, because Washington beat St. Lawrence pretty comfortably in last night's game, so they play Hoover later on tonight. That should be a good one.
Hard to scout these teams from out of state and out of area, so you just got to come out and play your game. Three-pointer on the way off the iron. Shot clock resets. Bounced around, pinballs, and it's going to stay with St. Lawrence. Hoover coach Scott Ware a little upset, wants his team, hey, let's grab those rebounds, is what he just said.
For the most part, I think St. Lawrence has done a good job of, they don't have the height, at least at the top of their lineup in terms of, Dwayne Brown and Jackson Sheffield. They don't have the height to compete with those guys, but they've done a really, really good job of, just being tenacious and, jumping every opportunity to get a rebound and playing really, really well to get that opportunity.
There's a big foul on Dwayne Brown, and not all that pleased. Thought he stayed straight up. Head coach Scott Ware just put his hands up in the air. Kept him there for a moment. Now Brown's gonna have to check out for Sheffield, so not good to see foul trouble for the big fella Brown. And 2 foul shots up and good from Zarek Johnson. It's a 3-point ball game. Stepping through, and a foul called right here. We'll get 2 shots on the other end. Looks like Jarrett Fairley will head to the line.
Really for Hoover, though, Salem London has been really stepped up in this game. He's got 14 here at the start of the third.
Fairley's first foul shot is off. And the second is good. Jones will bring it ahead. Tries to drive down the lane, and he's fouled.
Gavin, something I always like to see when we get the booklets here with all the teams on them. Something I always like to see is the famous alumni from teams. From Hoover, one of their most famous, Marlon Humphrey, cornerback for the Baltimore Ravens, one of the best teams in the NFL right now. He came from Hoover. They also have a American Idol winner, Taylor Hicks.
How about that?
How about that? More than just sports over at Hoover. And then for St. Lawrence, Jim Stack, a former NBA player, Tim Grunhard, NFL All-Pro, some MLB players in the mix, an Olympic wrestler. Wow, both of these schools coveted history.
Hey, a lot going on there, and right there we just saw Jody Brown State Farm charge. But indeed, Teddy, some famous alums. Every school, I think, has a few players that they can claim. Not even just players, famous individuals. Those are some good, notable people. Three-pointer, another one. Didn't mention it a minute ago. We were discussing some famous alums, but now We're going to give him some recognition. Bradley Stratton, 2 threes, and gives St. Lawrence the lead.
He's up to 12 points now on all threes, and every single one of the threes he's had, they haven't been borderline, on the line. He's been deep. He's been deep threes, so he's got impressive range.
Head coach for Hoover, Scott Ware, is not too thrilled with some of the officiating. Not feeling like he's start getting some of the same calls that St. Lawrence is. Maybe a few missed calls here and there in his mind. Having a lengthy discussion with one of the officials. A very stern conversation. Maybe it's a fire team up sort of thing. If you're a baseball fan, I know there's some good managers, Lou Piniella-esque. Go get yourself ejected to rally your team a little bit. Of course, Coach Ware going to keep it much more under control than that. And maybe trying to rally his troops as they now trail by 2.
I would agree, though. It's definitely a way to show your team that you got their back, and when you have a coach that has your back and supports you, you play better.
And a foul right there. They're going to be on the floor. And Dwayne Brown out of the game with 3 fouls. Salem London just inside the free throw line, off, bounces around, and Pickett comes out with it, gives it down to Jones. Getting it around, up and in, nice cut. As Caleb Lindsay finishes it off for 2.
Good vision by Johnson to see the open man cutting. Not a lot of players make those plays.
3-pointer, deep one. Seneca Robinson hits from distance, and it's a 1-point ball game. Dwayne Brown's going to check in at the next dead ball. Thrown up, and a travel is called. Turned the ball over right there. Only 3 minutes have gone by in this third quarter, and I feel like we've already seen a ton of scoring time.
We have. It's not just one side. When you have teams or games like this where it's just back and forth, it really shows the competitive nature of both these teams not wanting to have any bit of an edge on the other team have any bit of an edge over them.
Robinson's 3 was no good. Eventually gets it back down to Sheffield over Pickett. He's got a few inches on him, and that time St. Lawrence couldn't bring the double team. Buccaneers back in front and fouled, as St. Lawrence will have a chance to tie or regain the lead. As heading to the line is Eric Johnson. First one is up and good from Johnson, who's got 7 in the game. Pretty spread out scoring. As of players in the game right now, there are 3 in double figures between the two teams. Second one is off, so we're deadlocked at 34. London drops it off to Robinson, works it around to Thomas. London pulls up from the wing. Sweet looking shot.
16 for London. He has really picked up a little bit of the slack that, might have been picking up from Dwayne Brown. Not that he's playing bad, just a little bit in foul trouble. So
Pickett from 3. Spins around, dropping the triple. Another 3 try is from Robinson, no good. Down the other way, going up, Johnson, up and in.
Way to thread the needle on that one, beautiful pass. right way down court.
Rather, that was Caleb Lindsay. Apologies to him, but he puts it up and in for 2. Thomas from the wing, no good. Here comes St. Lawrence the other way. This is Johnson. Johnson pulls up off the iron, nearly got it to go.
If they would have hit that, that would have really gotten St. Lawrence in the groove.
Off the iron.
Hoover, I think they're really trying to land a 3, trying to bring it, tie it up, but just slow it down a little bit. As for Salim London, though, he is no average player either. He's got interest at schools like Alabama, Auburn, Kennesaw State, Mississippi State, Ole Miss, and UAB, so it's pretty good in his own right.
And a kick ball is going to go on Caleb Lindsay. But yeah, we're going to talk a lot about Dwayne Brown for good reason, but we can see in this game that Salem London is also going to be a very special player. He's a junior as well, so he's got quite a bit of time left in his high school career, but he's got Division I prospects without question.
Yeah, you don't win a state championship with one player.
Certainly not.
Effort.
Certainly not. Fouled right there and going to go to the line. St. Lawrence can try and, rather Hoover can try and cut into this deficit a little bit. As Jarrett Fairley, who had a really nice start to the game for Hoover. He's got 6 points. He's been a little quiet as of recent, and he'll get back into action, making the first free throw. Salem London checks out with a much-deserved breather. And checking in for him, it's going to be Riley Fry. Second one is good. 1 point ball game. St. Lawrence led by 5 at the half. And fouled right there. So next foul this will be the foul that puts it into the penalty. So reminder, nowadays in the IHSA, new this season, 5 fouls in 1 quarter will earn a team 2 shots from the stripe. Not the 1-and-1 bonus anymore. Some may dislike that new rule, others may applaud it. A little different than what we see in college basketball, more reminiscent of the pros. Second shot is off, so it's just a 2-point lead for St. Lawrence. Fairley slipping. He'll get it back now, driving in. Floater off the glass, no good. Gets his own miss, puts it up again, and got it to go. Tie ball game. Pickett on the logo, dumps it down. Johnson up and in. Back and forth we go, and I feel like, Teddy, we're going to see quite a few lead changes before it's all said and done.
Oh, no doubt. It's been like that all game long. And as for a little bit, St. Lawrence had a little bit of a lead. They get a tough layup there. They go up back up 4. But Hoover is able to come back. Now they're starting to pull away again.
They'd love to grow this lead before the end of the third. Trying to feed it down to Brown. He's got one-on-one with Pickett. Kicked it out. 3-pointer. Fairley from deep. Got it to go. Cuts it back down to 1. They're going to stay around.
Hoover's starting to trust their other guys more. And Josh Pickett, I got to give him credit. He's been great offensively, but defensively as well. He's been able to limit Dwayne Brown quite a bit, but it's causing this Hoover team to go to other opportunities shooting-wise, and they've done just that. Tough floater there, and 1.
Zarek Johnson starting to take over and heat up. He'll get an and 1 opportunity as he can make it a 2-possession game. possibly could take it in to the fourth quarter, which would feel like a big shift. Scott Ware will put some of his starters back in to try and finish things off in this third quarter for Hoover. Hoover would ideally like to keep this a one-possession game. And Johnson, the three-point play is good. 4-second differential between game clock and shot clock.
St. Lawrence now has 3 players in double-digit points. Foul there, but 3 players in double-digit scoring. Definitely impressive to have even over 2 good guys that can score like that. They are very well-rounded offensively, and they've showed all game long that they're not just a one-trick pony.
4 fouls and a foul before the passing, so we're going to get free throws here. Seaton picks up the foul, and 32 seconds left. Puts Fairley at the line for Hoover, trying to make this a one-possession game.
Sensing a little bit of a theme, though. Every time St. Lawrence seems to go up by 4, seems like a foul happens and Fairley goes to the free throw line. I've noticed that a few times now.
Brown will check out. No point in keeping him in there for 32 seconds, risking what could be his 4th foul. He's already got 3. Fairley's second attempt, better result. He'll check out briefly. Trace Cunningham will check in. St. Lawrence can try the last shot if they can get it across half court, but we'll get a foul. So in a matter of about 0 seconds off the game clock, we're going to get free throw attempts on both ends.
St. Lawrence, if you're St. Lawrence, you're going to take that because now you got a chance to go up by 5. I think that would be St. Lawrence's biggest lead of the game as well.
They can match their game high of 5 points with 2 free throw makes. Zarek Johnson nails the first. And it's good, matches a game high 5 points. Lead for St. Lawrence. Now, as I've said about 3 times already, we could see the last shot for either one of these sides. Hoover with an opportunity, shot clock is off.
Looks like they're taking their time. They might want that last shot.
Fairley will have it with 15. Over to Robinson. Trying to get it to London, nothing happening. Fairley drives down the lane, floater up and good. St. Lawrence gonna heave at the buzzer. Johnson for 3, off the back iron. You heard with our great basket mics it clank off the back rim just a little long. And while we've got a break in the action, let's get a quick word for our great sponsors, starting with Jake Weston, State Farm in Washington. You know the jingle, and you know Jake from State Farm. Check him out in Washington, not too far from Washington Community High School, or give him a call at the number on your screen. Also by SunPower and Legacy Solar. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. All of our great other sponsors, including Sefke, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial. Kep's Sports Bar and Grill is located not too far from here at Washington Community High School. If you're coming out later, go grab a great bite to eat in a great sports bar atmosphere at Kep's. PJ Hair, another great sponsor, and the city of East Peoria are all proud sponsors of the OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Gavin, entering the fourth quarter, a very close game. And for Hoover, that third quarter seemed like it was very frustrating for the players and for Coach Scott Ware as well. Just frustrating to not be able to get the lead back that you might want. But for the fourth quarter, what do you think both these sides can continue or start to do?
Well, Hoover did cut the deficit just slightly. They were down by 5 at the half, and it's 3 points now. I think that both teams, if they can get the momentum, could be enough to win the game, and not a good start there for St. Lawrence's. Tried to throw the Hail Mary cross courts into the third row.
So one possession game. Both these teams prove that they've been able to shoot.
Here's Salem London. Fairley has it now, back to Dwayne Brown. 15 on the shot clock. Fairley driving down the lane, gets it over. 3-point from the corner, no good. Tipped around, saves, and eventually gonna end up on the floor as we'll get a jump ball, and it'll stick with the Buccaneers. Thought for a second that St. Lawrence might come out of it as Caleb Lindsay got a hand on it, but he got tied up with London.
He just lost his traction and fell, but was able to hold on to the ball.
London, runner in the lane, no good. Rebound taken in, tipped up, and foul the other direction on Dwayne Brown. Scott Ware, head coach of Hoover, not happy with the call. That's Brown's fourth.
It's a little scary. Brown here in the fourth quarter he's obviously their main game plan for the most part. Talk about him being a 4-star recruit with a lot of D1 interest, but so far just 6 points due to his foul trouble and the way that the St. Lawrence Vikings have been able to play defense on him so far tonight has been very good. There's still time.
Johnson down the lane, and it's tipped out of bounds by Brown. Looks like the game plan for St. Lawrence is, let's just get him out of there. Let's get him his 5 fouls, attacking him hard. That time he was able to block it away, and he'll come out of the game for Sheffield. And a timeout by St. Lawrence is with 7 on the shot clock. There wasn't a lot going on there. Still a 3-point ball game. Teddy, as we mentioned, we've got great games coming up all rest of the day. Got 5 more in action after this one. What are you looking forward to?
I'm definitely looking forward to the Metamora and Victory Christian Academy game. Anytime you see Metamora play a game, their fans travel well. It's very energetic, and no matter who they're playing, like we saw last night with Peoria and Notre Dame, that game was electric, even though it wasn't necessarily the closest game. But same with Washington versus Dale. That's going to be a good one to see all the Washington fans pop out for their home team. Always high energy and it's really entertaining basketball.
Indeed, we'll be here till probably 9:30 or later, so if you didn't already get enough basketball action, we've got lots more for you. And we've got 6.5 left to go in this one, barring overtime. St. Lawrence gets it in, 5 on the shot clock. Need to make something happen. Shoots at the buzzer. Just clanks off the back iron. Saved, but he was out of bounds. Valiant effort there from Zarek Johnson, but it'll go back to Hoover.
Yeah, but I have a feeling we're in for a really exciting finish. Neither one of these teams are budging at all. Most competitive game we've seen probably the past 2 days.
London got stripped 3-on-1. Down the lane, up, and a charge. A Jody Brown State Farm charge. As Hoover stood tall, I believe it was London on the, or rather Fairley on the other end, squaring up to take the charge.
Hoover seeming to slow it down a little bit more. play more methodical. I think that's probably a good idea.
Love that high screen and roll with Jackson Sheffield. Three-pointer! Tie ball game. Elijah Thomas from distance. Turnaround, smooth.
Nice fadeaway by Josh Pickett. He's been a dog in the mid-range all game.
Some may say he has that dog in him. That's what the kids say nowadays, I suppose. Up and in, responding. Fairly ties the ball game, so we're going back and forth. Lead changes, lots of ties. That's the exciting basketball that we love. Johnson blocked, but a foul. Hoover can't believe it. This one's gonna go unfairly.
Scott Ware not even really showing his frustration anymore. It just seems like he's used to it. He really has not liked the officiating in this game at all.
Foul shot is up and good. St. Lawrence back in front. Johnson with one more chance is Dwayne Brown of biggest note at the moment, his 4 fouls, but has been slowed down considerably as he only has 6 points. Back to a 2-point advantage for the Vikings. The team you see there in white. Fairly, a little end around, and he's fouled. And free throws on the other end.
Seeing a lot more fouls here in the second half than we were the first. Obviously, it's a really close game with 4 minutes left, so physicality is going to play a factor.
Up and good. Brings it to within 1. And as we've seen in this ball game, every point is going to be ever so crucial. These free throws do mean a lot.
Farley, he's been great from the line. He's got 18 tonight. Make it 19 now with that one, almost a 20-point outing, and a lot of those came from the free throw line.
Once again tied up, a little over half the quarter to go. Down to Johnson, streaks up the lane, little contact, no foul call. Brown secures the board and a chance for Hoover to take their first lead in a while. Out of control and a travel from Fairley.
I think you got enough time on the clock now where, or I guess not as much time on the clock now, where you can have Dwayne Brown, as he intercepts the ball, as I'm trying to talk about him, goes back to St. Lawrence and out of bounds.
And a foul called there on Jarrett Fairley.
Dwayne Brown in disbelief over that call.
To me, it almost looked like more like a kicked ball than anything, but their backs were turned to us, so maybe a little hand push or something.
Who knows? What I'm saying is I think you got enough time now where you can just tell Dwayne Brown to play his game how he wants and maybe not try to worry about the fouls as much. That's why they were taking him out periodically to limit those fouls.
They've seemed to fare fine with Salem London and company picking up the slack for the 6'9" junior Dwayne Brown. Three-pointer on the way, nothing but nets. Bradley Stratton has another three-pointer. He's up to 15. 5 threes. London up, fouled, and almost an and one.
Bradley Stratton not only has showed he's one of the best shooters in the tournament so far, but he's one of the best shooters I've seen over the past couple years of like really watching high school basketball. He's been lights out tonight. I'm excited to see him going forward as a three-point specialist.
He can bring the ball game to within one, but Bradley Stratton, another timely three-pointer. The junior has been sharp shooting from three, shooting almost literally the lights out. St. Lawrence can try and grow their lead. Josh Pickett dumps it off. Three-pointer, top of the key, just a little long.
Going back to the importance of having a player like Bradley Stratton, though, like throughout the quarter, throughout a game, he might be a little quiet in terms of every possession, but then right when you need him, you know, once a quarter, maybe 2 times a quarter, and you're not paying attention, he makes that three. And when it's games like this, really close ones, that can completely change the outcome.
London tries to go deep. Other way we go. Johnson kicks it over to Pickett, and Pickett will slow things down as St. Lawrence will set up their offensive possession. Back to Stratton, three again, just off the mark. Would have been his 6th of the day. London, a little out of control, but he gets fouled, and now the Buccaneers can take a lead for the first time in a while. Mentioned it a few minutes ago, they weren't able to do it on the possession. Now, 2 free throws can result in the lead.
Look, you saw that, Gavin, with Josh Pickett on that last play on the foul. His shoe came off. He had to tie it real quick. He didn't get broken, just a foul.
Free throw is up and good, so tie ball game, 2.5 to go. Teddy, I don't really want this game to end. I've been really enjoying watching both these teams as they continue to just go back and forth.
Yeah, Hoover's been in it the whole time. Well, they haven't had a lead until now. After that free throw, they've been right there, 1 score since the start of the game.
Zarek Johnson will command traffic. Finds Jones down low, can't get it to go, high off the glass. Here comes Hoover in transition. London down to Brown, and he's fouled. He wanted a legacy solar slam, but he got fouled first.
Brown definitely, I can tell why he wanted that dunk. You get a dunk like that, maybe you're having a slower game, it's something just to get the energy up and prove you're back in this game and get your teammates hyped up. But he'll take the free throw trip as well.
Makes the first one, makes it a 2-point game. Lots of time left, a lot can happen in the next 2:08. As we've seen, some of these players can get on fire in a hurry. And now it's a 3-point game as Brown collects his 7th and 8th points of the game. Full court pressure from Hoover. Zarek Johnson hands it off to Jones. Now over to Pickett. Pickett trying to drive down, turns around, jumper off the iron. And Brown will slow things down. Hoover with the lead, with the momentum. London drives down, up and in! Timeout, Hoover. 5-point lead for the Bucks.
Very quick, it shows just the end of the game experience that Hoover has, able to step up and elevate. They weren't able to take the lead until just recently, and now just getting in the motion of things, the swing of things, and take a 5-point lead with 1:34 left. That's crucial.
Defending 7A state champion Hoover in Alabama I think you mentioned when you looked up the final score of that state championship game, Hoover won by a pretty sizable margin in the biggest game of the year.
I think it was about 86 to 66, around that. So
St. Lawrence, got to give them big props for not just hanging around, but also holding the lead most of this game, and they certainly still have an opportunity. A minute and a half is more than enough time, especially with the shot clock. They're guaranteed at least a couple more possessions. Nice crowd on hand as many have filed in here throughout the afternoon here at Washington Community High School. Maybe not quite the capacity plus crowd we saw last night, but it's a Wednesday. Some kids out of school coming in to take some basketball action. Maybe some people traveling from out of town for the holidays, taking in some basketball.
I'll say it's definitely a shame this game didn't happen later on in the night, because it's been a great game. It's fun to watch, and although there's quite a few people here, there would have been a high capacity crowd that you're talking about. This game would have been even more electric, and that's crazy to even think about.
Good news, a lot of people tuned in with us on ClutchSportsOwl.com. Johnson up and in. Nearly blocked by Dwayne Brown. Brings it back to within 3. Approaching 60 ticks to go in the ball game. London has it, drives down the lane, kicks it back out. Back to Seneca Robinson. Robinson has it, looking for an opening. And it'll move back out to Salem London. Under a minute, 10 on the shot clock. Robinson has it. Kicks it over, 3-pointer, Hoover! Off the mark. St. Lawrence with a chance to tie. They're gonna take a timeout and talk things over. 37 seconds to go. Your heart starts racing a little now, Teddy. You're within 3. A 3-pointer ties it, a 2 brings you within 1. What do you go with out of the timeout? I know, tricky question to ask her. Maybe you just go with the best shot available.
I would say the best shot available. Obviously, you've had the hot hand all night. Bradley Stratton, he's had 5 threes so far in this game with 15 points, but really, not only if you make the 3, then you have to worry about playing defense, because you have a 28 seconds on the shot clock. There's 37 left in the game, so it sets up a pretty comfortable amount of time for Hoover to have a shot of their own, or a chance for a game winner, or a layup, something of that regard. So it's a tough situation, but St. Lawrence has played all game long with the ability to make those tough shots. I'm excited to see how this game ends. I'm on the edge of my seat.
As am I, and selfishly, although I don't want things to get behind in the tournament, I wouldn't mind overtime too much. It's been a really entertaining nearly 32 minutes, just shy of that. An extra 4 wouldn't be all that much of a bad thing. Out of the timeout, St. Lawrence again, a chance to tie or get within 1 point if they can make a bucket. Who do you go to? Maybe a better question. Who's your go-to guy on this possession?
I think Hoover's definitely going to watch Bradley Stratton. So although optimistically that's a good guy to go to, he might not be open, because he's been shooting so well throughout the night.
5 threes in the game for Stratton.
We'll see on this possession.
Here we go. Shot clock is still on. It'll be off now after this possession. Jones drives down the lane, off the iron, saved but out of bounds. So of course, St. Lawrence not in the lead as they trail by 3. They're not going to, as another timeout is taken, they're not gonna elect to just run all the time down. But if they take some time off and are able to make a 3 and tie the ball game up, as we get a Jake Weston State Farm timeout, they tie the ball game up, they may not leave Hoover much time to come down and score.
Yeah, absolutely not. That's probably the best case scenario, because you don't want to put the ball in the hands of Hoover's big time playmakers. And although you've done a great job defending them all night, you can never tell quite how that's going to happen in a game-winning situation. It's difficult to say. I definitely will say that Byron Burke probably knows more about that than I do. That's why he's got everybody in the huddle right now getting prepared.
Indeed, great coaches on both sides. A couple teams making their first appearance here at the OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
What a way to show up and put on a game like this in front of the crowd.
More have continually filed in. Our next game is going to also be a good one, and probably a few people here to take that one in, but getting treated to a really good finish. Next one is Great Collegiate Academy in Peoria, Notre Dame. So 26.5 to go. Shot clock is off for the remainder of regulation. Jones to inbound. And fouled as Hoover picks up their fourth foul of the quarter. Not going on Dwayne Brown. Again, Brown, the big man for Hoover, has 4 fouls. Next foul will result in free throws for Hoover. Rather, for St. Lawrence.
Overthrown by Stratton. Picked up by Hoover.
Up the lane. Salem, London. Could that have been the dagger? Zarek Johnson for 3. Off the mark. London gets it, and he'll be fouled. He's fired up as the Buccaneers look like they'll get their first victory here at the KBM TOC.
Man, that is heartbreaking for St. Lawrence. Just slightly overthrown and just not able to get there in time to stop the layup either. But
barring something insurmountable, it looks like the Buccaneers will sail their ship right into Washington with a big opening game victory for Hoover.
What a game, not only in general, but what a game for Salim London. He got 25, going for 26 here with the second free throw. He really stepped up in a big way, and he was crucial to this win for Hoover in what was a great contest all throughout.
Josh Pickett will streak down. He'll throw up a last-second three-pointer off the back iron. Taken down by Zarek Johnson. Up, and Brown will take it down, and that'll be the ball game. Final score, Hoover 65 and St. Lawrence 58. What a game.
I'm at a loss for words, honestly. I will say I was not expecting this close of a game when I read when I was doing my work, I was doing my notes, 7A state champion, 2,700 kids in their school total. Really impressive with how good Hoover is, but St. Lawrence stuck it right there the entire game. And not even that, they had the lead for a majority of the game. So you got to give them credit. A school of just 700, but they have great talent, great coaching, and they're going to have a great season.
They'll get a few things ironed out. St. Lawrence has come very close against two good teams as they've fallen short in both, but they're certainly well on their way to some big things this season for the Vikings. Let's get a quick word for our great sponsors, starting with Jake Weston State Farm in Washington. Like a good neighbor, Jake from State Farm is there. You can give him a call at the number on the screen. Also by Sun Power and Legacy Solar. You can visit their website at legacysolarpower.com to learn about how you can go solar. And of all of our other sponsors there on the screen, including but not limited to Sethq Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial. Also by Kep's Sports Bar and Grill. Kep's is just a stone's throw from Washington Community High School. So before or after you visit Torrey Gymnasium for the TOC, head on over to Kep's for a delicious bite to eat and a great sports bar atmosphere. I believe they have our games playing up on the big screen there at Kep's, so if you're watching at Kep's, shout out to you. Also by PJ Hare and the city of East Peoria for their support of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, as well as OSF Healthcare. And right on cue, check about who's in the studio. We'll send it down to studio, Joey Wright and the man himself, Jake from State Farm. Jake Weston and Joey Wright, take it away.
Thanks, Gavin. Thanks, Teddy. Great game there, a 65-58 final score. One of the better games we've seen so far through 6 games of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare 2023 edition. Back in Uftring Tournament Central, I'm Joey Wright. Jake Weston's alongside me. You may have seen his phone number, his website, his correct phone number today. Throughout the course of the early games here, you'll see Jake Weston on board a lot all winter season here on Clutch Sports Media. And Jake, a fantastic start to the tournament. You're, of course, a Washington guy. You've seen this tournament up close and personal so many years. What does it mean to this community?
This tournament is just an unreal event, and what it's evolved from 18 years ago. Very few people remember the Robertson Memorial Fieldhouse. It started there, went to the Civic Center, and it was teetering on, maybe not surviving that, and we brought it to Washington, and, the community just loves this event. It shows out every year. If you were in the stands last night, I don't know if there was a place to put another human being in this building. So it just means so much. It brings, so much to the community as far as, hitting our restaurants, Kep's, if you're, probably listening right now over there, Michael's Italian Feast. We got some really great spots here in town, and just a great opportunity to show out our community.
Leaving our broadcast perch with 6 minutes before the Metamora P&D game to come down here and run back up and try to make my way through that crowd of people. I don't know if I've had a more harrowing experience in my life. It was tough, and in a good way. It was a lot of fun. Yeah,
about like the halfway through the third quarter, I snuck down of the Washington game, the game before. I came down here. They needed some help in the NPR room where we are right now, and the line was out the door for people trying to get in for that game. So, last night was unreal. But today we've had some great basketball. We started out with the Thayer game versus Hayworth, and that was a fun game to watch. And then, the Hoover St. Lawrence game. That was just an unbelievable game back and forth. So the talent every year is it's so much fun. Whether you're watching on home, nothing beats being here in person. But the next best thing is the best in the business in the live stream, and that's you guys at Clutch Sports Media.
We appreciate that. Getting ready for a good one. Peoria Notre Dame and Great Collegiate, I believe, is our third game today. Should be a good one. Peoria Notre Dame in the Big 12 Conference here locally. Great Collegiate, of course, one of the teams coming in from afar. Going to be a good one. That's coming up in a few minutes. But, Jake, we hit on it earlier. I want to go back to kind of the secret, if you will, for this tournament in Washington, because it's weathered some adversity. You go back a decade ago, of course, the tornado. 1 week later, they have the tournament. Kevin Brown's passing in 2019. The tournament goes on, takes on his name. COVID, of course, coming back stronger. This tournament has been through some adversity, and year in and year out, it seems to answer the call and come back strong.
Yeah, and, it definitely has had some ups and downs. After, we've for the longest time, the original founders of the tournament said, hey, we need a cause, right? We need a cause. Little did we know that, Kevin was going to be that cause. And we formed a committee in 2019 when Kevin got sick, Coach got sick, and it's been the same committee. We've added some people, and it's just taken this thing to the next level. If you're following along on our social media platforms, we've got Clutch Sports is doing some great edits. We got Dagger Studios, some young guys that are putting out some unreal reels, and then Zandy Media. I think I pronounced that right. I probably butchered it. He'll probably text me here in a minute. Putting some awesome highlight reels together. So our social media is taking another step, and just what we've been able to do and take this thing to is unreal. But ultimately, the best part of this, obviously it's named after Coach Kevin Brown, who was my basketball coach. It meant a lot to me, but a lot of the proceeds, from this event go back to the KB Strong Foundation and the fight against glioblastoma. So they're helping, warriors, and I'm sure you probably had some some folks from KB Strong in the studio, but what they're doing, I can't thank them enough. I mean, the awareness, the investment in the community and in the OSF New Cancer Institute. If you don't know anything about that yet, it is going to be, state-of-the-art facility right here in Peoria, Illinois. And that's just going to be another layer to this whole thing.
A lot of money spent on those new facilities to tackle and treat cancer. Don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but we'll have some folks from OSF in our studio here as the week goes along. Really cool stuff they're doing right here in our backyard. And Jake, I want to go back and ask you about Coach Brown and what he was like to play for. Of course, so few people on our staff met Coach Brown. We kind of came onto the scene. We just missed him. But in talking with so many people here in the studio and around the tournament throughout the week, that's got to be my favorite part, is hearing all the stories, because everyone seems to have one or two, if not way more, Coach Brown stories that they can share.
Yeah, for sure. So Coach Kevin Brown, from the outside, people are like, oh, he was, he's hard on you, but there was nobody that pushed you and knew your limits more than him, right? And he got you to find that next level, that next gear. He was unbelievable motivator and just making, letting you find it on your own, and just playing for him prepared me. I played small Division III football, right? So playing for him and then going to that was like, oh, okay, right? Like, I can handle this. This is nothing compared to Kevin Brown practice. But not just, athletics, what he did for us going forward in life, right? It's not all rainbows and butterflies all the times, right? It's going to be some adversity and how you can battle through it. And so that's what he really did, was good at teaching us.
Absolutely. Widely respected, as we said, and so many folks here around the tournament will hear their stories throughout the week, and we've already heard a good many. It's been a lot of fun. Jake, as we come up on our next game, Gray Collegiate and Peoria Notre Dame, want to let folks know, of course, Jake, Weston State Farm, 309-444-4441. It's easy to remember.
Bunch of fours and a one. You can't mess it up.
Fours and a one. JakeWestonInsurance.com. Real quick, what are you looking forward to the rest of the week? So many storylines, so many great games on the court here at the TOC. What do you, if you could narrow it down to one, what are you looking for?
So the 55 Division I recruits is awesome. Seeing who the next five. We're averaging 5 NBA players every draft class out of this event. So who that next 5 is going to be. Right behind the studio, we got the autograph session. So hopefully some of these young guys, they're out there getting autographs right now, which is awesome. But hopefully they get the next Zion Williams or Anthony Davis autograph. So that's just my favorite part of this whole thing.
We'll see some more college players here on the floor. Gray Collegiate and Peoria Notre Dame ready to go. Guys, take it away up in the booth.
Thank you, Joey, as we're now back up here in Toria Gymnasium as we're back for what's going to be a great matchup between the Gray Collegiate Academy War Eagles and the P&D Irish. Jonathan Michael here alongside Tim Lynch and Mike Plunkett. Guys, thanks for hopping in the booth. It should be a good one today. P&D looking to rebound after a loss to Metamora. Gray, we're excited to see what they have as well. They're a top 100 team in the country according to Max Press.
Yeah, I think Gray's going to come out having a little bit further distance to travel today, but I'm looking forward to seeing what they have to bring to the table. And again, Notre Dame looking to rebound, as you said, John, just trying to improve on last night. They started the season in a very tough fashion last night.
Yeah, no question. When you open your season, you're playing a team as good as Metamora. And no excuses, but Notre Dame's got some kids that are coming off a long soccer season and a pretty difficult task when you start off playing that caliber. But that's what this tournament's all about. I mean, everybody you're going to play here is a great quality opponent. And just watching this Gray Academy out here warming up, that's what we're looking at a college team out here. There's some size, athleticism. They're pretty impressive. They pass the eye test, let me put it that way. They're walking through the airport and you said, that's a good basketball team.
And that's certainly a good test as well. You never know, maybe they flew in. Maybe some people noticed them coming into Wayne A. Downey International Airport. Wayne A. Downey, the alumnus of Peoria Notre Dame High School, one of their notable alumni listed here in the program. Gotta say, a big fan of PIA International Airport. Very nice one to get in and out of. But the Great Collegiate Academy War Eagles, they're led by a 6'16" Braylon Thomas. He's a Georgia Southern commit, so he'll be playing at the next level, but lots of other guys to keep an eye on. They had a 6'10 senior and Ellis Graham. Could match up nicely with Owen Dillon with another matchup of two very tall guys out in the paint.
And that's the kind of matchups you want to look for. And you know, the game is so different now than what it used to be, where you look at these big kids and they're not necessarily post players anymore. You don't see as many of those, so they got to be versatile, got to do some things. That's one thing Dillon can do. He goes out and shoots a three as well as probably anybody in the state for a kid who's 6'8", 6'9", and it looks, just from the look of things, it looks like this Braylon Thomas is a very athletic and very skilled basketball player. So interesting to see how we do match up both teams with each other, and which team can really exert their style of play over the other, and hopefully be able to dictate the tempo.
And also for Gray Collegiate Academy, you got to keep an eye also as well. Trayvon Maddox, the 6'8 junior, has also been a player to watch. He's trying for a big breakout season, so got to keep an eye on him as well as. And for P&E, obviously you had Owen Dillon. Last night he went 9 for 10 from the field, so a very efficient game for him. They got 18 points. I think for P&D, though, they're going to need someone else to step up as well. Their next leading scorer behind Dillon last night was Ted Dimmler and Thomas Graham. They both had 6. So it was Dillon, and really not much else behind him, at least last night.
Yeah, they certainly struggled from the field. Anything outside of 5 feet, they couldn't hit the three, struggled inside a little bit. And again, a lot of length from Metamoris. So again, it just was a tough night for the Irish looking to rebound. And to go back to Maddox, as you look at this junior, he's already getting attention from Florida State, Duke, North Carolina. He's going to be a lot to handle. I'm really looking forward to see him play over this week. And,
yeah, those schools don't come looking at guys that can't play. So no. that's what they're looking for. And, you know, Jim, you and I do a lot of Notre Dame games over the course of the season. And we know that, you know, what some of their strengths are. And one of the things you always have to find out, try to figure out here is where are the points going to come from other than Owen Dillon.
Right.
And I think, you know, as the season progresses, we'll figure that out a little bit.
So both teams look like they're getting ready to go on the floor. Again, this is Gray's first game here in the TOC this season, correct?
That is correct. And coming up after this for Gray, they'll have a pretty stacked slate of competition. These teams playing in the Washington Invitational, which I think can probably make the case is probably put some of the best teams in this tournament. You have Metamora in there. You have Victory Christian Academy, who we'll see next up against Metamora. You guys got Washington and Dale. That's going to be a great game coming up at 7. So this is where they put all of the best teams here in this little sub-tournament. There's 4 of them. There's a Washington Invitational, the TOC Shootout Series, the Gray Ribbon Showdown, the Upstream Honor Group National Classic. The Washington Invitational, though, is kind of the granddaddy of them all. Right. Like, that's the one where usually you see the best teams. The most memorable games usually come from this tournament as we get set for the starting lineups. As for P&E, they'll roll out the same lineup they had from last night. They have Ted LaHood and Ted Dimmler, pair of guards. Then Thomas Graham, Owen Dillon, Elliot Lynch, all standing at 6'5", 6'9", and 6'8", respectively, down in the front court. And for Gray Collegiate Academy, they will roll with Taekwon McDuffie, a 6' junior, alongside the aforementioned Trayvon Maddox, a 6'8" junior, LJ Britt, a 6'3" junior, Ellis Graham, a 6'10" senior, and Braylon Thomas, a senior, standing at 6'6". Really great.
Just a lot of height on the floor for both of these teams.
And you look at Braylon Thomas. I mean, that's a college body right there. He's good, solid, put together. But, you know, Notre Dame's got some kids that are really good athletes. You know, the first 3 kids introduced here just got done playing in a state championship soccer game. So, you know, that's some pretty good athletes themselves. And then when you take Owen Dillon, who we talked about, and Elliot Lynch, there's some size out there. So, interesting matchup here.
Should be. It's been a great day of action already at the Tournament of Champions. This is the 3rd of 7 games here today. Earlier we had Hoover just take down St. Lawrence in a classic, one of the closest games we've had so far.
Very exciting game. That was
a fun game to watch.
We said that's going to come down to the last possession. It almost did.
It just about it did. Hoover pulled away just a bit late, and then Thayer kicked things off with a big win against Hayworth. The Bobcats, an impressive team out of Missouri, a third-place team in their class last year. They'll play again at 3:45 Friday against Morton, but this is our first look at Gray Collegiate Academy out of South Carolina against the P&D Irish, and the War Eagles take the tip. Gray Collegiate Academy located in West Columbia. As they get things going, here's McDuffie.
They certainly had a little longer commute today. Or this week.
I don't think they slept in their own beds last night. That'd be a safe assumption.
Yeah, Notre Dame was able to get a little home cooking and sleeping at home and waking up at home. That makes a difference.
Incredible.
Jumper is good from Trayvon Maddox.
Great elevation on that jump shot, too. Just
straight man-to-man, full court pressure.
Maddox showing that the mid-range is not dead, as many would say. I'm a big fan of the mid-range personally. Here's Dimmler kicking out, now over to Ted LaHood. Now to Graham. Irish in their home whites. They were in their away blue and greens last night. Dillon kicks back out to Elliott Lynch.
Good
He'll
move
bang
by
down to the
Elliott. Good
post.
strong move.
nice strong move just off the glass and didn't fall.
Now the other way, here comes Braylon Thomas. Kicks it over to Maddox. Now they go around the horn to Britt.
The Irish in their traditional matchup zone.
I like Graham going after that ball.
Yeah.
Almost got it.
Tommy Graham is a tremendous athlete. Just got to get his basketball legs a little bit, but he's just a very, very good athlete.
He pulls in the board there, now pushes it with Dillon wide open. Lynch, who shot fakes, goes around but gets blocked by Ellis Graham. The only player on the court other than Dillon that's taller than Elliott Lynch at 6'8". Graham clocks in at 6'10".
Yeah, Elliott makes a great shot fake to get rid of one, and then there's your 6'10" there to clean it up. So, but he's doing the right thing. Got to take the ball to the basket.
Nice screen from Lynch. Dillon's shot is good. Nice.
And Dillon finds one from the baseline. I'll tie things up here at 2 in the early going. Ray goes with man in the middle. Maddox sets the screen. Doesn't take it. Now Max dials up one from deep. Got it. Nothing but twine.
It's been the Maddox show so far. He showed the mid-range that you talked about earlier, then buried that three. And didn't look, it's not the first time he shot that three. He looked very comfortable shooting that ball.
Maddox also a pretty good jumper as well. He can jump out of the gym, some say, as Graham deals down low, kicks back out. Dimmler a triple, a wedgie. Our second one of the day.
Well, that's going to stay with the Irish because it should be a jump ball that.
And it certainly will, as I think both teams are a bit confused.
Yeah. They think it's a turnover. Well, nah.
It is a jump ball.
As LaHood runs over and drops something off to his.
Forgot he had a little pocket change.
Yeah. Well, you know what? The officials get a little bit, you get their hands out. You might help them a little bit. Make the call.
B&D inbounds. Now Graham up top. Dillon a deep three for the parking lot. He got it.
And that is within his range. And that's what he's going to Belmont. And if you've seen Belmont play, that's their style. That's their style, and he's going to be. I think he's a great fit for Belmont.
And a litany of good shoes with the Bruins. Gray goes down low. Up there was Graham, couldn't get it to go. Nice stop for P&D. Now pushed now the other way with LaHood. Irish slow things down a bit. Thought about the fast break. Dillon draws a double three. Nice look to Dillon. Kicks it back out. Inside out game. Dillon couldn't let go in the same
working
spot.
on the boards.
Big rebound there for the Irish. Second chance points.
Gets a defensive rebound and hustles down, gets the offensive rebound.
Dillon, no good.
I think the Irish are doing a better job already rebounding than what they did last night. Sure, that was hammered into them a little bit, but.
Shot no good from Gray. P&D was out-rebounded 27-15 last night.
And a lot of offensive rebounds by Metamora that you can't give that team any additional chances, and I think that was probably hammered into the Irish pretty hard overnight.
Dillon double teamed in the post. May see that a bit here today. And nice takeaway from Gray, who's got
nice
it.
hustle.
LaHood had it
That's
for
a great
second.
hustle play.
Yeah, both players.
Deep ball is good. LJ Britt
And Britt
finds the scorebook.
gets rewarded for his hustle. He's on the floor, gets up and buries
Absolutely.
a three.
And that's the kicker, is transition ball like that.
Yes.
If you get the hustle play and get that ball to your teammate, and how do you respond to that? Get up and get after it.
McDuffie was a bit too aggressive on LaHood there in the half court. So with the first foul of the game, pretty good pace of this one so far. Gray Collegiate Academy taking this one 8-5 at the moment.
Yeah, good flow to it. That's first foul called, halfway through the first period, and that's officials letting them play. I don't think the shot clock's going to be a factor with Gray Academy early on. They look like their first available shot, and they're going to knock it down.
Dylan took a deep three, almost got it to go, but it's rebounded by Trayvon Maddox. Now in transition, Britt again, corner three, back-to-back triples for the junior.
Again, some of the closeout issues Irish had last night against Metamora are creeping into this game. They really have to get out onto that perimeter.
Hudson, nice
Good
pass out
feed.
low to Dibbler, who finishes it off.
Beautiful cut, beautiful pass.
If you are not watching Dimmler the whole time, he will back cut you. He will front cut you too.
Yeah.
Just if he catches you napping, he will find you that way.
Now Britt with it, kicks it back out. Another deep ball from the War Eagles, and they can't get it to go.
That's the case there. We double off the ball, and you really don't want to. I don't think you can double off these guys. Too many good shooters. So I think Notre Dame's got to be aware of that.
It's a three-point contest here in Washington, and neither team pulling out too far ahead. Dylan cuts the Gray lead to down one.
He's got a quick 8 here in the first quarter. Yeah.
Turn it off. We don't need it. Oh boy, nice shot fake.
I say we could turn off the shot clock and just go off the honor system. Players would be like, "Hey, we promise we'll get one off in 35."
Yeah.
Lynch will pick up his first on the fake. Went for a piggyback ride and gets a foul instead.
This Gray Academy, other than the fact they're very athletic, as we can see, they appear to be very well coached, fundamentally sound, do a lot of very disciplined things with the basketball, share the ball.
That's all thanks to their head coach, Dion Bethay, as the new substitute, Darius Carr, can't get his first look to go. Both these teams pretty similar in enrollment. Gray Collegiate Academy, 670 pupils, P&E at 729.
And actually that 729 for Notre
multiplied.
Dame is a multiplier. The actual enrollment's about 480. So really they are close. I was impressed or just kind of surprised at how small some of these schools are. This Victory Christian Academy, 238 students, and they're loaded with basketball talent. Metamora is not a huge school.
You have Dale, the Pirates, this reigning state champs out of Oklahoma, who've won 39 straight. Their enrollment's 198.
Oh, that's incredible.
Love it, love it.
And they're taking on Washington. That should be a great game.
That'll be a great game tonight.
Still plenty of action in between. Again, all day long, we got you covered on Clutch Sports Media. P&D inbounds. Here's Dylan.
Thatcher Hogan in for the Irish, as well as Jack Campbell. Caden Hudson.
Irish showing good patience right now. Caden Hudson getting off his feet, but gets the pass done.
Dylan is not hesitant at all today.
Dylan has got 11 of P&D's 13. He's tied Gray Collegiate Academy all by himself during the first 6 minutes of play. Drive here from Britt, kicks it out. Now a tough shot from Maddox off the mark. I think P&D would be happy to have 4 shots like that.
I would agree.
Absolutely.
That's what you do. Make it a little bit difficult. Just like Jim said earlier, you got to contest some things. You got to close out, and you got to take care of the basket.
But you got to value the ball. And Thatcher Hogan with a great steal.
They have numbers. Hudson will slow things down. He felt Braylon Thomas breathing down his neck.
Dylan
another
right
one.
there.
Oh my word, Owen Dylan. Have a day, young fella.
He is putting on a show. 14 first quarter points for Dylan.
Just feeling it and absolutely doing something with it. I love Owen's game right now.
And everything is with confidence.
He's been having one from deep. He's going to come away with a steal almost. He would have probably flushed one down in a fast break and blown the roof off of this place if he was able to hang on to it, but just a bit
Just
too
missed.
tall.
That's a just miss.
Couple of substitutions for the Irish as Lynch and, I thought Dimmler was going to sneak back in, but.
Give that extra minute on the bench
yep.
and start the second quarter is probably what they're going to look at here.
Close to 1 minute to go here in the first quarter of play. It's been an entertaining one so far. Gray feeds the post, and there.
That's going to be a foul.
Jump
ball.
That will favor Gray, as I thought there was a foul that would have been on the floor, but
great help by Hogan underneath. I love the interior passing though from Gray. They really move that ball inside very well.
And what the Irish have to do is make sure they're not letting them cut in front of them. You got to get a body there.
Passes taken away by Hudson, who runs the floor, slows things down. Looking, his guy Dylan up top. See how Lynch drives, kicks. LaHood, he drives, kicks. Come back up now with Hudson.
37 on the clock for the Irish here.
You got
they can
shot
shoot
clock
quick.
Getting down to 10. You got a little time yet. Now you want to run something. That
Didn't
could
quite
be off White. Yeah, I think that maybe went off Dylan.
P&D couldn't quite get the 2-for-1 if they were able to finish off that possession, but go back to Gray. They can hold for the last shot.
Yeah, you say the 2-for-1. I think the high school not playing with that 3-point. They don't understand how that the concept of that yet. And that's another thing that'll come into play when they look to hopefully put the 3-point line or the 3 second.
The Irish will get another chance. So they are getting their 2-for-1.
They're getting the 2-for-1.
Just how they drew it up. As Hudson will inbound. Here comes the.
Now you got a chance for the last shot,
Thomas.
And you have possession, which is this a key possession for the Irish. Score here, get the ball to start the second quarter is huge.
Hudson, he drives right with some speed. He's speedy. Count the bucket.
Or rather,
offensive foul.
Wow.
Must have got
that arm out.
I didn't, sometimes it's so tight, and from, our perspective, I will give I'll default to the referee on that.
Yeah. That's a little bit of Caden Hudson's soccer background there. You get yourself a little positioning.
Chance at the horn from Britt. Just a bit too tall. But it still drew the glass. But P&D behind 14 points from Owen Dillon takes a 16-11 lead after the first frame here in the Washington Invitational at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. While we have a break, I want to thank all of our great sponsors, starting with Jake Weston State Farm right here in Washington. Rumor has it that Jake from State Farm was started by this guy. For all your insurance needs, give him a call at 309-444-4441 or visit JakeWestonInsurance.com. And also by Legacy Solar, who's a proud supporter of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit www.legacysolarpower.com. And we'd like to thank a multitude of silver sponsors like SEFQ, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for the support of the KBM TOC. And Keps, the official pre- and post-game stop of the KBM TOC. Stop by before or after your head to the tournament with your ticket in hand for a discount. Keps, great atmosphere and great food. And also by PJ Hare. I thank them for stopping by the tournament for the KBM TOC, and also by the city of East Peoria, just on the road from Washington, where a lot of these teams, possibly including Gray Collegiate Academy, are staying in their hotels. As we're ready to get started with the second quarter of play, P&E with the ball. It's Dimmler behind the arc, now kicks. Now over to Jack Campbell. Tries to throw it off of a War Eagle, unsuccessful. Here come Gray with numbers. Thomas lays it in.
That's a strong take there from Thomas.
He's the real deal. He can play. Good strength. He
good strength, great
slowed
body,
down around the basket. Didn't rush anything.
Thomas being recruited by some high-level D1 programs. Taking back out. Dimmler dials up a triple. He got it to go. You heard how.
Been all Dylan and Dimmler this game. Dylan's got 14, Dimmler's got 5. So
it's been a two-man show.
Great
Hudson
play by Hudson.
Gonna get some
it's going to be Irish ball.
Great hustle from P&D today. I think that loss is a bit more. I think probably a little fire under them. They got some good rest last night. They're coming out looking much different than they were.
That was the thing Jim and I were talking about. How does the team bounce back from that game? And so far, Notre Dame has done a really nice job. I think Coach Locker's got to be happy with the effort of his team so far.
And, every team will have their off night. P&D is still going to be a big-time threat in the Big 12 Conference.
Right.
Alongside Normal Community and Richwoods. Dylan. That was a heat check of a 3 there, but almost got it to go. Goes out.
Yeah, it's going to be off Gray.
We got a little bit of a break there. The Irish just came up with a ball that probably shouldn't have been theirs.
Yeah, we saw a change in offense there for the Irish for a little bit, but I think they're going to go back and work this 5 out a little bit.
Dimmler almost traveled with it, or rather that was LaHood.
Yeah, he almost dragged that back foot, didn't he?
Very close, but they avoid the travel call. Graham kicks it out. Dylan, another deep one. Not quite, but almost. Here comes Gray the other way. Driving McDuffie,
nice
swatted
work.
away by Graham.
I tell you, great defense there from Graham just to keep the separation. Still gets a fingertip on the ball.
To not foul him and still make a play, that's a good athletic move. Because these guys finish. They finish around the basket very well.
Now here's Maddox with it. He has got 5 for Gray. LJ Britt has 6. Thomas has had 2. Another one from Britt. But offensive board there brought in by Jalen Gerald.
LA Lynch has done a great job on the board so far for the Irish.
Lynch almost settled into a 3, but decided not to. Now Lynch between the circles. Gives it. They'll keep it. Back to Dimmler, now to LaHood. Down to Dylan, who's double-teamed, but fouled from the back by Britt.
There have not been a lot of fouls called in this game. It's been a clean game defensively. The officials are doing a good job letting both teams play.
And there is a little bit of mismatch, and they're going to take Britt out for number 21, and that's Thomas. But that mismatch between Britt and Dylan, Irish need to expose that a little bit more, and that drew that foul on Britt. But Thomas matched up with them a little stronger.
Irish get the ball into Dylan. There's that matchup, 21 on 21. Dylan doing some work, kicks it out. LaHood, shot fakes over to Graham, jumps and saves it.
Still a lot of time on the shot clock, don't have to rush things.
Graham will post up against the smaller
Strong
McDuffie,
move
got
by
it
Graham.
to go.
Great patience by Tommy Graham, just back your guy down, and once you feel comfortable, pull the trigger.
Irish have an 8-point lead here in the first half over a defending state champion of South Carolina in their class. Here's Thomas, the tomahawk. Oh my word. Mutilating the rim.
That's one of those high percentage shots that
you could say.
There is a runway there so wide. I don't know where the breakdown was on the Irish defense, but
I kind of wish somebody would have slid over to see if he would have jumped over somebody, which he might have. They got the crowd's attention, I'll tell you that.
It's been a lot of big time dunks in this tournament. That one's the latest of them. Here's Dimmler working now, and
good block.
No good. Now
Irish cannot give up the momentum on that dunk. They got to get it back. Oh, great job by Dylan to see down the floor.
A 2-on-1 Euro step by Dimmler, kicks it out.
Campbell
3 ball from Campbell. No
good hustle.
Good
hustle.
It.
Good strength
Campbell
by Campbell.
Still has it. And they're going to call.
Oh, they're calling a foul, I think, on Campbell here.
Oh, they
push.
did.
Yep.
As B&D is first foul of the second quarter, and in case you're new to tuning in today or adjusting to the rules as we are, the old way of tracking the bonuses and the fouls, there's no more just regular bonus, no more 1-and-1. The fouls reset after each quarter, and 5 fouls in a quarter will put a team in the double bonus, so no more 1-and-1. Neither team in much foul trouble right now. Thomas dials up one from the corner off the mark. Who's got it, volleyballed around. It'll stay with the War Eagles.
I like the foul rule. I do. I like that. I work I work Bradley men's games at the table. I work Bradley women's games at the table. The women play that rule. 10-minute corners recent. I like their game better. You don't get buried in the bonus with 13 minutes to go and a half.
That's a big hit in the corner.
Well, that was a good shot.
Hunter McGraw, the 6'3 freshman, got to call his name for the first time today, and that gets Gray back to within 3.
And we knew Gray wouldn't stay quiet. An 8-point lead in high school basketball is not a healthy lead.
Shot clock and a 3-point shot, you're gonna be able to score some points in a hurry.
I think we've seen that in this tournament already. Even some big margins have been erased quickly because of the shot clock, especially like the Washington St. Lawrence game last night, where the Vikings almost came back on the Panthers. As here's Graham driving in now near the free throw line. Posted up, and there's a shot clock violation. The first one we've had today.
That was really good defense by Gray Academy.
It really was.
We got it inside. The ball gets inside. They deny, make the Irish kick it back out. Nothing happening back out. Good defensive sequence.
And for several of these teams, they only play probably 5 or less games a season with the shot clock.
Right.
So it's hard for them to, whether they have a word or a signal or something that you get under 5, that you got to get to the basket.
Now here's a lob up to Thomas, who can't finish it off, but gets his own board. Almost, I would have rather taken the and one, but he'll get 2 shots from the line.
Wow.
That I was wondering if that was a shot, and I thought, wow, that's really early and somewhat off center. He looked a little off kilter, and no, that's no shot.
And if you're the Irish, you better know where 21 is.
Right, right.
He just cannot get alone in any kind of situation where he can do something like that.
Thomas got some extra perspiration on his hands from the rim, probably from himself just a minute or 2 ago.
A little condensation up a little higher in the atmosphere.
Up in the clouds, that's where Thomas has lived today, and he'll come back down to earth, sink his first free throw.
It's hard to believe that he's only got 5 points. He just seems like he's been much more of a factor. Well, he is a factor, but it just seems like he's scoring more than that.
Second one off the mark. Dillon almost went out of bounds, but here's Thomas.
And our guy
in the post, off the mark, but
that's going to be a foul on.
Will go on Gray.
Notre Dame got a little lucky on that one. When Owen went to get the rebound, he might have got pushed. Might have got pushed a little bit.
He could have been coming off of that, but it was that momentum
But I'm not sure where everybody else was.
Yeah,
somebody's going to bring the ball down the floor. That's not Owen Dillon, or I don't know where they were. So he got a little lucky. And Owen's got to be able to take that push. He plays next year. That's not going to be a foul.
Here's Dillon bringing the ball up now on Thomas. That's the marquee matchup on the court right now. Dillon fades, shoots from the baseline off the mark. Hudson,
good
nice
kick
job
out
to
by
keep
Hudson.
it alive. Campbell, got
Dennis
it.
Campbell can make that shot. That's a good shot for him. Caden Hudson, outstanding hustle play.
Thomas feeds it outside. The response is no good.
And Owen Dillon knew he couldn't get that rebound, but knew enough to tip it to one of his teammates.
Tommy Graham gets credit for the rebound, but Owen Dillon should get the assist on that rebound.
Dillon was met at the rim by Ellis Graham, a 6'10 senior. Dillon wanted a poster.
Graham said, not today.
They taking a picture of that and sold it in the lobby.
That's all right. I like watching Dillon go up and do that, and I love the fact that the defense was able to respond there. That's just good basketball.
Yeah, Ellis Graham is not somebody I want to meet with a 10-foot ladder. He's still going to block my shot.
Now here's Dillon backing down. We'll see if he'll go in or fade out. He'll go down low to
Great
Graham.
Move. Just loved how those two read each other there.
Yeah, good cut by Graham. You read the defense. They turned their head. They didn't know where he was, and he snuck in behind.
Gray now down by 7. And they got just a bit of momentum as Thomas working on Hudson. Now Hudson back on Gerald. Probably a better matchup for him. Deep ball from Maddox is off the mark, but the offensive board goes to McGraw. Kicks it back out. Gerald from deep is good. Braylon Thomas You heard that swish coming right into your living room.
Yeah, that's one of those second chance opportunities, and they take advantage of it. The Irish make a good defensive stop, don't get the rebound. Gray Academy ends up with a 3.
I tell you, while they're in this timeout, John, I'm going to take a minute here to say what a phenomenal job you guys at Clutch Sports Media do.
Oh,
this whole week,
Thank you.
your whole team here, and I tell you, what an operation. Coming over from a significantly smaller operation from Peoria, Notre Dame. You've got a great group of guys here working their tails off this week. And I'm not sure what everybody's doing here. Thank goodness they know what they're doing.
There's a lot of moving parts, that's for sure.
But what an impressive group, and very grateful to be sitting at the table here with you and your staff today. And it's a great thing that you guys do, not only for everybody here in the community, but for all those teams traveling from so far to be able to watch this free of charge. It's incredible.
Oh, we appreciate it, Jim. And again, Jim Lynch alongside Mike Plunkett. I'm Jonathan Michael with Clutch Sports Media. We're really glad to just be here, and obviously appreciate all the kind words. As we said, there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of different people. We got some of our own guys. We got even some students from Washington High School that are helping us out. It really really takes an entire village to help put this on. But we're glad to be back for the 3rd straight year, and hopefully no end in sight.
Absolutely not.
Always a fun time here in Washington to kick off to the high school basketball season. Gamble tries to kick off the possession with a 3. That would have pushed the lead to 7. Now Gray can make this a 1-score game. They'll get a 3 with Gerald and make it a 1-point game.
Yes.
And again, the 3 ball absolutely killing Notre Dame in the Metamora game last night and the first half of this game too. Just have to be able to contest those 3s.
Yeah, several guys from Gray Academy have made 3s. It hasn't just been 1 or 2 guys making them.
Dylan, 3 ball that was a little bit rushed.
Yes.
Is off the mark.
Very much so. Not any kind of rhythm in that shot.
Gray, they could go for the 2 for 1, but Mike, as you mentioned earlier, we'll see if they have the wherewithal
That's
to do
a long
so.
3.
Got it, Thomas for the lead. Thomas has got 11 now in this first half. That'll be.
We're going to get a hold on Gray here.
And nobody's shooting yet. You need to go back when Gray Academy scored. Coach called a timeout. Coach Fia called a timeout, and you look at it, and what a difference that's made. They come out and they've really done a good job since then.
So this one they're going to call on McGraw again.
Another hold.
Yeah, just
That's
I think Hudson's doing everything to get.
What you want to do on defense, you want to loosen up a little bit to the ball. If you're too tight to them, the initial thing is you're going to make contact, and a good offensive player is going to maybe initiate that contact to make it look like a hold.
Hudson turned it over. Here comes Gray the other way. Taken back, or is it by P&D? It'll stay War Eagle ball.
I tell you, this has not been the prettiest minute of basketball for the Irish.
No.
And all the momentum in the world, and Gray is taking it back. Not saying that P&D is giving it away, but Gray's played pretty well this last couple seconds. As we had timeout from Gray Collegiate Academy, who will want to talk things over. May as well. Can't take those timeouts back to South Carolina with you, so they'll try and get a good shot here on their last possession. No go anywhere. Coming up at the Alternate Auto Group Tournament Central at halftime, a very special guest down at our Gavin Russell has. We have Congressman Darren LaHood is in the building. He'll be talking with Gavin. Darren, obviously a big sponsor of P&D Athletics, and really a big part of the community as well. So glad to have him.
Well, Darren's son Teddy's playing.
Yep.
And Darren's father Ray, former congressman, is also in attendance. I saw him walk by here tonight.
Right.
The Hoods are very well represented here.
They certainly are. Last name synonymous with Peoria. As here's Braylon Thomas trying to make his name known in the River City.
Good defense.
Nice defense
he
from
makes
Hogan.
that shot,
From
he's earned
deep, and it's off the mark. So Gray Collegiate Academy will take a 2-point lead heading into the halftime break. Guys, your final thoughts from the very exciting first half of action.
Well, you know, it was 26-19, and the Irish got cold, turned the ball over a little bit, and Gray Academy finished with that 9-point run to give them that 2-point lead. I think a lot of credit, though, when it went to 26-22 and Coach called that timeout, just to regroup and reset them. I thought they did a wonderful job coming out of there, forcing us to do some, or Notre Dame do some things they don't really want to do, and then they come down and bury the three to give them the lead. So just some of those little things that that don't stand out at the time, but they really end up being big things.
Again, that big dunk from Thomas, I think has been our only dunk in this game, was a complete momentum change in this game. And since then, it's been really a lot of Gray. So it'll be interesting to see how these teams shift in the halftime discussion and how they come out third quarter.
Should be a very interesting second half of action. Don't go anywhere. Tight ball game here is. We'll send it down and we'll thank some of our great sponsors for today's broadcast and for this tournament as well. Step aside and come back in Tournament Central.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftingAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And we want to thank all of those great sponsors for today's broadcast. We have Gavin Russell standing by with Darren LaHood in Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. Gavin, down to you.
Welcome back inside to the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. Alongside me is a very special guest, Congressman Darren LaHood. Thank you so much for joining us.
Great to be with you, Gavin.
Awesome to see you out here. You're supporting Notre Dame. Of course, your son Teddy playing out there with the Irish. They're in a good battle so far in the first half, second game in 2 days.
Yeah, this is such a great tournament, and we're thrilled to be watching Peoria Notre Dame and our son that plays for them as a junior. So at halftime, watching a great game.
Indeed, and yesterday it was a packed house here in Washington. I mean, the atmosphere was almost second to none. This is about as good of an atmosphere you could ask for high school basketball.
Yeah, well, the Tournament of Champions has such a great reputation, not just locally here, but nationally. And obviously the supporters we have, KB Strong, and of course, a lot of it goes back to Coach Brown and what he established here, but it's a phenomenal tournament, and it's funny, I have people from all over that talk to me about this particular tournament, so thrilled to be here, and it's great for our local area.
Indeed, and you talk about community, you know, Kevin Brown, the coach that he was, everything he did for this community. You absolutely have been around this community, grew up in Peoria, playing some basketball. You know, what really just embodies Central Illinois just as a great community?
Yeah, well, we love basketball. We love our sports, and it's got such a rich tradition. And Kevin Brown played a big role in that. Yes. We wouldn't be having this but for him and his leadership and what he established. And here we are, you know, almost 20 years later and have a phenomenal national tournament. Yeah. And you look at the amount of players that have come through here that are now in the NBA, and that's by no accident. So it's really a credit to all of the organizers here, the City of Washington, Coach Brown, and obviously KB Strong.
Indeed, and I'm going to take you back a little bit. Your own basketball career. You played for the school that ended up becoming Notre Dame with Spalding High School. Just growing up playing basketball, talk a little about your experience and just enjoying being as a player in Peoria.
Well, I wish I was a much better player than I thought I was. You know, growing up, I wanted to be an NBA player, and I loved playing all the schools in Peoria. And back when I played at Spalding, of course, Manual was number 1 in the country at that time. They had a great team. And of course, Central was great and Richwoods was great, but the competition was phenomenal. And that rich tradition carries on today. You got great schools like Metamora here, Washington, obviously, Peoria, Notre Dame. Richwoods is going to be great this year. And so the tradition continues, and you can't beat basketball in Central Illinois.
Surely can. I think the Central Illinois talent combined, as you mentioned, with that national talent, but it also takes a lot to put that on. You've got Sean Powell that helps put this on, Herb Knobloch, athletic director. Just talk about all the great people that help put this together.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. It wouldn't happen but for the great community here in Washington. And, again, you look at whether it's the elected officials here, whether it's the leadership at the school here, this doesn't happen by accident. And you notice when you come back year after year, it gets a little bigger, and more people are here, and you attract more people and talent across the country. So it's really a credit to the Tournament of Champions and their leadership.
It really is. Well, we appreciate you coming on with us for a few minutes. Hey, I got to give a shout out too to Teddy, your son. They had a great run with the soccer team as well. Talk a little about that as well.
Well, Peoria Notre Dame has a rich tradition when it comes to soccer. They won the state championship a year ago in 2022. This year they made it back to the state finals. Played a very tough Crystal Lake South team. Yeah. Fortunately, they lost 1-2, but it's phenomenal to be in the state championship 2 years in a row, and they'll have another chance to compete next year.
Indeed. Well, we'll see you around here all week at the Tournament of Champions. We really appreciate you coming on for a few minutes, Congressman. It's been a great talking with you.
Yeah, you too, Gavin. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there.
Indeed. We're going to send it back to the booth. Peoria Notre Dame and Gray Collegiate Academy taking on the second half. Back to you guys in the booth.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back inside Toria Gymnasium as we're ready to get things going here with the second half of action between P&D and Gray Collegiate Academy. The War Eagles lead 28-26 after finishing the second quarter with a flourish. P&D led for most of the first half by as much as 7 or 8, but Gray came back on some points in transition, and I think, talking about keys to the second half, I think for P&D, it's just stay with those hustle plays and, don't turn the ball over. I think when they've gotten the ball well in the half court, good things have happened.
That's kind of your number one thing. Take care of the basketball. Rebound. You got to limit second chance opportunities for your opponent if you're Notre Dame. And they got to find somebody else. In the first quarter, I think there were 16 points scored and 14 of them by Owen Dillon.
Yep.
Great for Dillon, but I'm not sure Dillon has scored since then. And somebody else got to step up and get some points. So it ought to be a really good battle. We'll see. I always measure this. How do things look? It's a 2-point game right now. What's it going to look like 4 minutes into the second half? Where are we going to be? And but I think it's going to be one of these back and forth all the way through.
One of the most critical times of the game is the first 2-3 minutes of this second half, and making sure that either team is not giving that run. We certainly saw it with Metamora last night. They already had that 16-point lead, and they came out and just added to it and essentially buried the coffin.
The great teams put the hammer down.
Yeah.
They will do it right now. And so we'll see who's going to really be able to exert some things. But I think both coaches have got to be happy with what they've seen so far. First game for Gray Academy, a good bounce-back game for the Irish. So I think now let's see who can finish.
We're now underway here in the second half of action between P&D, Gray Collegiate Academy out of West Columbia, South Carolina. A couple teams in recent years as Thomas goes up top again to flush.
He just blew by everybody on the baseline.
Certainly did. I've seen some heavy pressure here from Gray.
Yeah, they picked it up a little bit to start the half.
Now here's Dylan with it.
The Irish were able to eliminate some of that pressure when Dylan got hot and made maybe like 3 or 4 threes in a short period of time in that first half. So we got to find a way to get.
Here's a shot at the horn. It's short there from Dimmler.
Yeah, that shot clock plays a factor.
And I like the patience from the Irish, but they can't have all the patience in the world. This is, they are on the clock.
Deep ball is off the mark from Graham.
Great block out by Graham.
Good job by Graham to transition down the floor.
Kick it out.
And
the hood off the glass. Nobody there to rebound.
Yeah, I changed that. That shot was changed. You get 6'10" in the middle. You're gonna adjust your shot.
Oh.
That's a travel. But again, that's Gray crashing the boards where the Irish should do a little better job of getting body on somebody. It's like they're trying to get a sub in maybe for
I'm not
Gray,
sure.
Or
not sure what the discussion was there.
Well, this young man that just checked in is a 6'3" freshman, and he does not play like a freshman.
No, not at all.
And there comes P&E the other way. There's LaHood giving it to Dimmler again. Big stretch here for the Irish as Lynch kicks out to Dylan. Had that outstanding stretch in the first half where he knocked down threes from just about anywhere. Grimm is swatted. That was Darius Carr, I believe. Rather that was Graham.
That was Graham.
And he came from the weak side, which is what he's supposed to do. The negative of that block, you could keep it in play. Don't block it out of bounds. You keep
Absolutely.
It just looks good when you swat it out of bounds, but
plenty of help on Dylan there.
Dylan, the one-hand shot is off the mark. Here come War Eagles the other way. Deflected off
Ball
of Dylan.
is tipped. Again, the Irish, I think, they look a little flat right now.
They do. They came out of the locker room flat.
Again, that opening dunk just took some air out of the tires, and they've got to figure out a way to get a spark here.
And it's back to Thomas, who had that monster flush. Got 2 big dunks so far today.
Yeah, he's got his own highlight reel so far today with those dunks.
Thomas kicks it out. Now driving. Down low with Graham. Had it almost stretched by Lynch. Thomas had way out. Got it to go. He sunk that one from Eureka.
He can play. Yeah, that was almost at that volleyball 10-foot line, wasn't it?
And again, here's that separation that Gray is starting to create here.
Well, we talked about the opening, 3-4 minutes of the half, and so far it's been all Gray Academy.
Lynch down low, working on Graham, and deflected away. Here comes Gray the other way. Thomas up finds McGraw on the fast break, and Gray is starting to pull away. P&D needs an answer.
If I'm not mistaken, and you guys can help me out, I think it was 26-19 Irish. And that's 16 points
I think
in a row.
about was.
So unofficially a 16-0 run, and I believe you're right, Mike.
I think that was the case when we said they were up 7.
Lynch kicks it back out. Great defense by Gray, but better offense there as Dimmler sinks a deep ball.
Dimmler's had a nice game.
Irish absolutely needed that 3, stop the bleeding a little bit, see if they can get a defensive stop here.
That's the key now. When you're in a scoring drought, one bucket in the last how many minutes. You got to do the job on the defensive end.
And without a doubt, they need to keep the ball out of Thomas's hands.
I think so. I think he's certainly become the difference maker. We talked about Trayvon Maddox, Ellis Graham as well for Gray, but Thomas has been the difference maker so far. He's got 14. Here's McGraw, corner three, book it.
I tell you, he's a freshman. That young man's a freshman, and he can play.
McGraw's got 8.
I'm guessing this is his first high school game he's ever played, and it sure doesn't look like it.
Nice feed down low. Hudson, the mid-range,
Nice.
got it to go.
Nice feed from O'Neal.
Yeah, that was the football quarterback, Liam O'Neal, making a nice dish there. So he made a good
Soccer
decision.
star Hudson.
Yeah, a lot of multi-sport athletes out here.
4-on-2, here comes the Irish. Hudson gonna go from deep and short.
Yeah, not really Caden's game right there.
Here's Thomas, wide open in the corner. Briggs, a third triple of the afternoon.
Again, we continue to see the 3-ball kill the Irish.
Yes.
Tough spot for Dimmler to get trapped. He got his way out of it.
Almost like he passed the ball to himself.
Graham, mid-range, off the iron, backboard, and back to Gray.
Last 2 possessions, I think the Irish have shot the ball awfully quicker than probably Coach Locker would like him to.
I'll tell you right, Dylan right now has a future as a defensive back if he wants it.
Yeah.
Because right now he's had about 3 interceptions in this half alone on a long pass.
Mid-range, off the mark from Gray. Dylan
Tough
traveled
break.
with it.
Yeah, just he went to pick it up and then he dropped it and dribbled again. So just a tough break.
Here his car comes in for Gray and Jack Campbell in for P&D. Just 2:41 left to go here in the third quarter. Gray is taking a 2-point halftime lead into a 10-point lead at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a 13-5 start in that first critical part of the half that we talked about. And Gray's doing, you said they were defending state champions in South Carolina. They're doing what champions do.
They just never go down despite them having a small deficit earlier on, and it looks like they're going to shoot 3. Maddox got fouled.
Never want to foul at about 23 feet from the basket.
Well, the old Cardinal rule, you never want to foul the shooter. Unless if you're going to foul the shooter, there's a breakaway layup and you're trying to do something, you don't want to foul the shooter. And especially as far out as that shot was.
Maddox is first of a trio of free throws is good. Coming up next after this one, we'll have Metamora and Victory Christian Academy. Should be a good one as the state champion from last year, Redbirds, to
They get to
stay
own
undefeated.
it. They get to own that title all year. It is theirs.
And they were the state runner-up the year before, so they've had a pretty nice run.
Look at the program for the TOC this year. Really focus on all the state champions that are here. You got Gray Collegiate Academy, Alexander from Arkansas, Hoover, Alabama, Vashon in St. Louis, Dale, Pirates out of Oklahoma as the layup from O'Neal was off the mark.
That's a lot of trophies you're talking about right there. That's some pretty good teams.
Thomas from the P. Oh my word, Braylon Thomas. Stop it right now.
He can play.
Thomas can shoot from anywhere, and he's got 17. He'll be playing ball at the next level, and probably will be a star then. Campbell, an air ball.
And just like that, it's a 15-point lead. We talked about that in the first half of the quarter.
To start the half.
Thomas, nice pass to the corner off the mark there from McGraw before a foul is called on the Irish.
So a 30-second timeout, looks like, called by the Irish.
Yeah, that's going to be a key thing, I think, for Notre Dame. Just moving forward, you can't have these stretches where you go without scoring and without making stops. I mean, in other words, if you start a half you had a 26-19 lead. You lost that lead to end the first half. It's 28-26. You can't come out and get outscored 18-5.
Absolutely.
So those are things you just have to address. But also, looking down the road for Notre Dame is they're not going to play many Metamoras. They're not going to play many great academies. If you do, it's a long, long season for you.
Yep.
And these games should make them better. If they don't let them beat them down, make them better. Being a 2A team in the state tournament.
Only so many defending state champions you can play.
That's right.
During the season.
So far, their first 2 games have been defending state champions. So, and the key is just work and get better. Work on getting better.
Good hustle by O'Neal. Oh, and just off the fingertips and out it goes. With that, we'll bring Dimmler and Lynch back into the game for the Irish, giving Dillon and Campbell a rest. Dillon, who certainly has earned it. Not to say that Campbell hasn't. But Gray will inbound underneath their own basket.
Yeah, the Irish just have to find a way, just got to make one stop at a time and get good shots. We've got a hold here, it looks like on Liam O'Neal.
O'Neal, one of the many multi-sport athletes, again on the state runner-up soccer team for PND, the state champion last year. You got Thatcher Hogan, Ted LaHood, Hudson, Dibbler, Graham. I'd love to see what would happen if Owen Dillon played soccer. I imagine he'd be pretty good at it too.
He used to be. He was.
Really?
Yep. I think all these guys used to play other sports in the fall for the Irish. Lynch was a cross-country runner. Dillon, I don't know if he played a fall sport. Maybe he played soccer in the fall, but all
his
of them.
His brother Declan was a good soccer player. Boy,
another triple.
That LJ Brett can shoot the ball. That's probably 4 threes by Brett.
That is 4 threes. He's got 12, and they're all from three-pointers. I will go back to P&D, but it's great defense right now from Gray. They're just suffocating anything that P&D can try and do, and they're shooting the ball well, but I think they're really all start with these stops or bring out this press too.
It's kind of a little bit of both. When you score, you can press, and then when you're pressing, you're creating bad opportunities, bad possessions for the Irish.
And there's another turnover there, and Brick gets fouled by Hogan.
Yeah.
Everything going the War Eagles' way right now.
I mean, you got 6'3" Britt, excellent athlete, on 5'9" Hogan.
At some point, the Irish are going to have to make an adjustment, put a substitution in to give some help on the front there. I mean, if we're not getting the ball in or not getting it up the court, you need to put the help back in.
Good play by Lynch.
Here come the Irish the other way.
They need this. Here's O'Neal, cross-court pass to Hogan. Shot
fake by Hogan.
Mid-range, no good. Dimmler almost had the offensive board. It'll stay with P&D.
And you never look very good when you can't make a shot. You look good when you're making them.
I tell you, I love Britt's hustle right now. I mean, he's physical. He's just mixing it up and not worried about scraping paint or getting on the ground or putting somebody on the ground.
No, this is a really good team. And I would imagine Gray Academy will be playing Metamora later on.
I think on Friday they might be.
Same group here.
They play on Friday at 5:15.
That could be a heck of a game to watch.
That one could be the game to watch for the tournament. Again, there's also a great slate of matchups on Saturday. However, those matchups are still to be determined, depending on the outcome of this week's games. Is P&D now with the clock running down. Here's LaHood, finds Dimmler down low, up and under is good.
They needed a basket any way they could get it.
That will close out the third quarter, but Gray Collegiate Academy outscores the Irish 21-7. We're not playing football, but a two-touchdown lead in just that frame from the War Eagles. They lead by 16 here in Washington. We'll take this quick break to thank all of our great sponsors of today's broadcast and of this great tournament, starting with Jake Weston State Farm in Washington. For all of your insurance needs, give Jake a call at 309-444-4441 or JakeWestonInsurance.com. It's Jake from State Farm. And also by Legacy Solar. They're a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit www.legacysolarpower.com. HooverTech.com. And also by all of our silver sponsors. We'd like to thank SEFQ, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Stamps Country Financial for the support of the KBM TOC. Also by Keps, the official pre- and post-game stop of the TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand to get a discount. Keps, great atmosphere and great food. Also by PJ Hare, and as well as the city of East Peoria. Fourth quarter of action underway. Jonathan Michael here alongside Jeff Lynch and Mike Plunkett here in the studio, or Jim Lynch, I should say.
He's been called worse.
Lynch lost it off the fingertips.
John, you're going to get a message from soccer coach Mike Bear. Said Owen Dillon played soccer his freshman year at Notre Dame. So
shout out to Mike Bear for keeping us well informed.
Well, he's
here
watching.
I
just appreciate Mike's watching this.
Yeah.
Mike Bear, a big fan of this production. And
he's our tech guy at Notre Dame, Mike, and
also the
Aaron
soccer
Cunningham.
coach as well.
Not a bad soccer coach.
He's done okay. let's not go over the top here. He's done okay.
Only a couple state titles.
Just a few. Great ball movement from Gray. Shots off the mark. Great rebound.
That was Maddox. Says here comes the Irish. They're gonna play quick, and you need to down 16. Graham's layup is good. He took a tough tumble, but he looks to be all right.
I thought Thomas looked like he almost sprained an ankle or turned an ankle.
Looked like he was coming up a little.
You know, I've been just kind of watching Thomas. He never, on offense, he's constantly moving. Without the ball, the shot goes up. You're going to see him. He's going to move. He's hard to get a body on because that shot, that's going to be
block on Dimmler. Not sure.
Good effort by Teddy. That's just one of those.
I think
half the crowd agrees.
I'm sorry, that was that on LaHood?
I think that was. I believe that was on Dimmler. That's
it was
first
Dimmler. Okay.
And P&D's first. Tried to slide in there, just didn't quite get there, at least in the eyes of the referee. As here goes Gray. Now it's Braylon Thomas. And if P&D wants to come back, you got to shut down Thomas here in this fourth quarter, because every time he's been on the floor, he's taking over the game.
Yeah, you got to make stops. You got to remember, you know, the foul situation starts over. So you got to think about if you're going to foul later, you know, to put him at the line, you know, when you want to do that. But also the shot clock changes things. You don't have to foul too soon.
Certainly, and I think the shot clock is also a big reason why P&D could come back in this game, because now Gray can't just hold the ball.
That's exactly right.
That's a silver lining for the Irish. Graham finds Dimmler, corner three.
Yes,
book it.
good shot.
And now they're, you know, got it to 11, got a little bit of a ball game.
Now Gray has to pay attention here. I mean, this is a, you know, and again, you see Coach, and if I'm saying it correctly, I believe it's Bethia, really needs to pay attention here and recognize the fact that the Irish can hit.
Yeah, he's done a nice job using these timeouts. He's done it to change some things, and he did it here to just stem momentum, wake his team up a little bit. And he can, and you know, we talked earlier, John, if they don't score, they don't get to set that press up, and Notre Dame's able to come down and get things established a little bit early. When they were scoring, it was really hard for Notre Dame to get anything going, because they were using up 8-9 seconds every time getting the ball across half court. Now all of a sudden the shot clock's 25, and in a teenager's mind who's not used to playing the shot clock, 25 is like 5 seconds. They don't realize how much time you have, and they didn't really run their offense very efficiently.
Certainly, P&D looking to find a way back in this one. He has been dominated on the scoreboard by Braylon Thomas. He's got 17 for Gray Collegiate Academy. Owen Dillon, who's going to be playing college hoops at Belmont in the Missouri Valley Conference next year. He's got 14 right now. He's been quiet, though, after that first quarter where he
had all 14 in the first quarter.
If they can get Dillon going, I think that's going to be big for P&D. So we'll see what Tom Blocker draws up to maybe get their senior forward open. But again, at least something I've noticed is, Braylon Thomas not only has been playing very good offense, but he's been defending Dillon as well.
Very well.
In the last couple of frames. So.
And again, they have to have an eye on Thomas the whole time, like you said, John. He is just too explosive. And we've seen him hit from 5 feet beyond the arc. So we know his range is exceptional.
Gray feeds the post down on the block. Where's Graham? But there's Thomas with the
no
offensive
body on
board.
him. No body on him.
Every time that shot goes up, he's full board to the basket.
Lynch tried to sneak it down low to Dillon, but that will be a foul
McGraw,
on
I think.
Maddox. Or McGraw, rather, yep.
And again, this is one of those situations. We talked about the resetting of the team fouls. That's the first team foul where it would have been about the third or fourth.
Dillon all around the rim and out.
I thought that might be goaltending.
Yeah, you know, enough to shake the board, but
yeah.
I'm never sure about the rules about hitting the backboard on a block attempt.
Because I think that shaking of the board knocked that ball out of the cylinder.
Here's McGraw.
Well, I don't know. I've never played above the rim the way these guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say
so
I'm only 5'9". That was never a problem for me. And here's a shot from Britt falling down.
Great block out by Dillon that time. Enabled Lynch to get the rebound.
Now feeds it to Dimler, spins. Noah Hood, top of the key. Dillon driving, and it's almost taken away by Britt. Nice hands. Graham drives in, free throw line, kicks out. Dimler from three. Didn't hit the rim.
The Irish really need to start attacking the rebounds.
And there's Thomas. Shot fake, another three.
That's what you got to do. Make him off one dribble, and especially going to his left. That was not a. He didn't look nearly as comfortable shooting that shot. But you're right, Jim. I think the Irish need to. I think you need to penetrate. The help's going to come to try to block shot. Kick out to your shooters. Crash the boards. Oh boy.
Peony almost throws it away. Dimler visited some young fans in the front row.
Yeah. Didn't grab a handful of popcorn or anything, but he was there.
No Terrell Owens.
That's right.
But those kids are still talking about that. Blocked off the backboard by Graham.
Now that one definitely looked above the rim to me, but.
Well, I think he got it. I think he got it before it got to the rim. He just elevated. I'd like to, that'd be one you'd like to break down in slow motion and see where he got the ball. But he was up in the air. But that's the penetration you make. But you got to have somebody that's sliding in a spot to where you get the ball to him. He can definitely change shots.
So right now we're just seeing one too many turnovers for the Irish.
Yeah.
It's going to cause trouble here. Oh, good kick out. Just a little too much on the far side for, I believe that was number 5 to hold on to.
Well, you're talking about the turnover. You have so many guys that change shots for Gray Academy that the Irish have to. You penetrate, you kick. You gotta take a shot that you're comfortable with making. But they guard you well. They defend well.
And here's Peony swinging it around the corner. Hudson drives
good
in.
Penetration kick, but we got to be able to kick it out to somebody that's going to be comfortable making that shot.
And Graham was not. The air ball, and Gray pushes it the other way. And with under 4 to go, Peony needs to find something to get some points in transition, but Gray's going to try and eliminate that possibility by slowing things down.
And it makes me wonder if the Irish need to kind of tweak what they're doing on offense to find ways to get Owen Dillon open, to get some threes. That's some good help defense from the Irish.
Yeah, I'm sure they're gonna, so early in the year, I'm sure some adjustments will be made.
Here's Dimler with Thomas on him, kicks it over to Graham in that far corner. Now under 3 to play, Dillon kicks it out. Graham wide open from 3.
That was a much better look, though, for Graham than the one before. He just caught that in rhythm and got into his shot.
And a great move by Thomas here just to slow it down. Lord knows he can attack the hoop in that transition, but just a smart move. I'm sure Coach Bethia just said, slow things down. We're not in a rush here. We've got the clock in our favor.
Well, early in the game, I don't know that Gray Academy had the ball for 10 seconds before shots went up, and now as the game's flowing and they've got this lead, very smart. They know what they're doing.
Put back by Ellis. Graham is good, and count the foul as well. That may be the bucket that puts it away for Gray. Leads by 15 with just over 2 to play. Graham's had a pretty quiet day on offense. And this is his first bucket, but just having that 6'10" presence, regardless if you score or not, is still big.
Oh, he's made a big impact in this game.
He's had some blocks that I'm not sure if the imprint went 3 or 4 inches into the wall or not, but they were certainly impressive.
And how many shots has he changed?
Sure.
There's a lot of ways you can be a factor without having the ball in your hands, and he's been one this game.
Deep ball from Dillon, front iron, but P&E retains possession. Graham gets the offensive rebound. There's Hudson. Good defense by the War Eagles. Irish need a quick shot, but Gray's not letting them. LaHood drives in. That will be a foul there on McDuffie.
Like McDuffie, yeah. Be the 4th team foul, and again, if you can get them in the bonus and score a little bit here with the clock stopped, it'll certainly be a benefit. But that's a big gap to have to close up.
Dillon
got to make some of these.
Deep ball is off the mark.
Haven't made one of those in a while.
Down low, there's Maddox.
Good smart play by Maddox. Didn't have anything, and he brought it back out.
Coach Bethia just telling him, pack it out.
Yeah, we're not in a hurry.
We're approaching a minute and a half. Got a healthy lead. We have nowhere to be. Just a little
Britt
too much.
Was going down low for Graham. Didn't know it. Graham could have maybe, if he hung on to that one, thrown it down for a big slam, but style points at this point of the game are only ones that really matter. Gray's going to come away with a big win after leading 28-26 at halftime.
Yeah, big third quarter.
Right.
And the third quarter was really the big difference.
Made a difference
in the game.
It's been a 26-12 half so far. And that biggest gap was in that third quarter.
And it started at the end of the second quarter. That big dunk from Braylon Thomas, that one-handed tomahawk there on that side. That gave him energy, and then from there, kept it going into halftime, kept it going in the second half, and here we are right now. Put back for P&E is good.
Demler's had a good game for the Irish. He might be our leading scorer at this point. I can't see that entirely, but
I see 15.
He might be the leading scorer for Notre Dame. After Dillon had 14 in the first quarter, they've done a good job on Dillon, and he just hadn't been able to get one to fall.
Britt, the finger roll, came out just short. Ellis Graham, no problem at all.
Just a little timeout to get subs in.
And that dunk is brought to you by Legacy Solar, as are all of our dunks here today.
Not sure, did they say where Graham is going to school, or has he committed to go any place? Because
Georgia Southern, I believe.
Or is that Thomas?
Yeah, Thomas, yep.
How about Graham? I don't know how they got that. Just looking at Graham, you look at that 6'10" frame, he's very thin.
Right, but
he's got
incredible.
What a project. Bring him in, redshirt him for a year, and get him in that weight room and on good nutrition, and who knows what he may end up being.
So Gray continuing the pressure here in the last minute. And again, state championship teams do not take the foot off the gas.
No.
And as the Irish, I like that. Continue to make us better.
Yep.
They're not going to win this game, but they're also not going to get better by having Gray Collegiate Academy pull back.
Right. Purpose of this week is to, Metamora last year was 2-2 in this tournament, and then didn't lose another game.
Indeed, and who knows what the Redbirds can do this year, though, coming up right after this against a foe from Lakeland, Florida, Victory Christian Academy Storm, making their first TOC appearance. And this is the 10th TOC appearance for P&D.
It's been a while since Notre Dame has been here, though. They've been 10th appearance, but it's been a few years.
Here's LaHood, elevates, and no good, or rather that was Hogan.
Yeah, that's going to end up being just a 14-point half for the Irish, and that's not going to do it no matter who you play, what situation it is. So got to find a way to score some more points.
And Hogan, the floater at the horn is good. That's just a formality at this point. The Gray Collegiate Academy War Eagles put together a state championship-worthy effort, beating P&D in a variety of ways with Braylon Thomas and the rest of Gray's bigs. do some damage in the post, wreak havoc on defense, and start their 2023 campaign with a 1-0 record. P&E falls to 0-2.
Yeah, that's a good team. Grades Academy is a good team.
Without a doubt.
Looking
Incredible
forward to them playing
athleticism,
again,
height,
on Friday.
length, absolutely. Yeah. And again, we talked about that coming down to the second half. It really came down to how they started the second half, and the War Eagles came out with a mission and absolutely executed their game plan, got up and down the court very quickly, and they hit their threes. Yes. They were able to get to the hoop, and they proved that exceptionally well. But they hit the three ball so well, and with the hands down from the Irish and not able to close out quickly, it quickly became a 15-point game.
Right. But again, something to build on for both teams. Notre Dame's got to look now. They'll have a day off tomorrow, play again on Friday.
Right.
And then, of course, I think they play Victory Christian Academy on Friday.
It's not going to get any
easier for anybody. But you know what? It shouldn't now. You want to come out of this thing hoping you get yourself better.
Right.
Gray Academy, I'm really looking to see what they do on Friday when they face Metamora. That should be a really, really interesting ball game.
Absolutely.
A long road trip for the Gray Collegiate Academy War Eagles from South Carolina to Central Illinois, but it doesn't matter to them. They start their season with a win. We'll step aside for a quick word from our great sponsors of today's broadcast and of the KBM TOC. We'll step aside, and coming up, more action from the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central after this.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And I want to thank all those great sponsors of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Our Gavin Russell down in Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. Gavin, it's all yours. Take it away.
Welcome back inside the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. Alongside me is Devin Whitelow. Devin, thanks for joining us in the studio for a little bit.
No problem. Appreciate you guys having me.
Joining us from Winona State. That's a few hours away up in Minnesota, but you have bigger ties to this area. Former Washington player, played for Kevin Brown. Awesome to have you back here checking out some basketball. How have you enjoyed the tournament so far?
I mean, this is my first game or two back watching. I mean, every year. I mean, it's a high-class event, well-run. I mean, great competition. So, I mean, it's probably one of the best Thanksgiving tournaments in the country. So.
No doubt about it. You get the teams nationally, and you made a bit of a bigger trip than most will make to come out here, but it's awesome to see you. You've actually played in this tournament before, and it's kind of an interesting perspective. I've had a couple former players come and talk to me before. You know what it takes to be a part of this tournament, the kind of competition that you're up against. Just explain to our audience at home, just what you're facing, compared to just, say, a regular season game.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt. I mean, Coach Brown and Coach E, they were huge on using this as our opportunity to kind of see, like, teams we'd see if we made it to that state run. I mean, they always stacked our schedules, never light. I mean, we played athletic teams, big teams, and most of the time we were really small. So, I mean, playing in this tournament, I played a lot of Division I caliber players. I mean, Zion was here my year, played a kid who was at Indiana. So, I mean, this is high class, a lot of talent, really a lot of talent. So, I mean, it's a great place to come play.
Indeed, and obviously you just got here, so you got a lot to take in. But I've noticed with this field this season, it seems like there's a lot of younger players, guys that, they have a lot of offers. Maybe they're not committed yet, but why is it so special to be able to come out and see guys that are going to, a couple of years from now be playing Division I basketball?
I mean, everybody's trying to get that kind of head start on recruiting, I feel like. I mean, a lot of kids I want to see here, too, are younger kids, juniors and sophomores, where, hey, we just get them on our radar, see what they are, and then we'll kind of track them throughout their season. So I think that's kind of what everybody's expecting. I mean, everybody, obviously, the top guys in the 2024 class are seniors now, but the juniors and sophomores to be, now that's kind of where you start to build that list. So, I mean, there's a lot of talent there as well.
And indeed, and you mentioned guys are here to watch because you're a coach at Winona State, where you were able to actually play your basketball for 5 years. We'll start with your playing career. Went from Washington up there to the D2 collegiate level. Great career, 5 years. Talk about that experience.
No, I mean, Washington prepared me a ton just to be able to come in right away and play as a freshman. And, I mean, I can't give enough thanks to the staff that I played for here. I mean, they did a really good job. As far as just scouting reports, making sure we're in the weight room lifting, I mean, that was the biggest adjustment. I kind of had a smooth transition. But, I mean, in college, I love my time at Winona. Really good Division II program with a lot of winning tradition. Well, I mean, went to a national championship 3 years in a row. So, I mean, now that I'm back coaching, I want to get back to that level, get some recruits that fit that mold, and hopefully we can do a good job there.
Indeed, and you're able to watch a lot of guys, but you're also able to watch a couple of guys that are signed with you already, including Tyler Mason of Metamora. I don't know if you were able to tune in last night or watch them yesterday, but he's a really special player. Very excited to play for you guys.
Oh, no doubt, man. We're really excited to have Tyler, and we love what he's going to bring to our program. I mean, really tough guard, bouncy, can shoot it, guards his butt off. So, I mean, we're really excited. I mean, anytime you can get a state champion, especially in Illinois where 3A is really loaded, I mean, hats off to him. So, I mean, I'm just excited to come watch him and not even have to worry about evaluating him anymore.
Exactly. You may just be more of a fan than anything and be excited for next season. One of the things with Tyler, I think, is he was so good as a junior. I feel like what I saw out of him last night is he's just becoming more confident in his ability as a player, which is a really scary sight for teams playing Metamora this season.
No doubt. And, I mean, a lot of people might sleep on him a little bit just with the addition of Cooper Koch. But, I mean, this kid's just a winner. I mean, he's going to do whatever it takes to win, whether that's facilitate the ball, go score the ball, guard the other team's best player. And, I mean, that's what I love about him. He just wants to win. And, I mean, throw out the stats last night, 9 points or whatever, his impact goes beyond his score sheet. So we're really excited about Tyler.
Indeed, and you can kind of put your biases aside against for Metamora. I know these two schools don't get along all well, but you're excited to have him.
No doubt.
Another thing that's big with you is you mentioned Coach Brown, also Coach E, Eric Schumerhorn. You've known Coach Brown for a long time. He obviously is a very special person to you. Talk about him as a person and just your emotional impact with him.
I mean, Coach is just one of those dudes who you run through a wall for, man. I mean, I remember my freshman year just coming in. Obviously, I transferred over coming from Peoria, so I didn't grow up in the area. But I just remember he looked at me one day and said, "You want to be my point guard?" I said, "Yeah." He's like, "You know what comes with that?" "No." "Hey, everything's going to be your fault. Can you handle that?" "For sure." And honestly, at that time, I just want to play. You don't think about it. But, I mean, he was serious. Everything, if you're going to be his point guard in his system, everything's your fault. If something goes wrong, but he's a dude. I mean, I had bad games. I call him up at 1 o'clock, 2 a.m. in the morning, and he's answering the phone. We talk for 30 minutes, and, hey, it's all good. Still love you, this and that. So, I mean, our relationship went beyond basketball. And, I mean, I still think about him every day. I love the dude to death. So, really good guy.
Really special guy. And he meant, I think, obviously a lot to you, but how much he meant to this community in general. I feel like there's going to be a lot of people here who know Kevin Brown for very good reason.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, it's just when you think of Washington basketball, that's the first person who pops into mind. And, I mean, even coming from Peoria, that's what I noticed. Because when me and my dad would come over here and watch games with Alec Peters and those guys, and, I mean, I told my dad, I said, I want to play for him. And, I mean, my dad, credits to him, he put it in motion. We moved over here. But, I mean, that's the kind of dude you want to play for because he's gonna be tough on you, but he's going to love you harder. And, I mean, I can't thank him for who I was as a player, who I am as a coach now, but even more so who I am as a person. So.
Indeed, and he had such a big impact on you. Now, obviously, he's very tragically passed away, and while he's not here with us, we can carry on Kevin's legacy, the KB Strong Foundation, helping so many other people that are affected by this, that are currently dealing with it. you know about the KB Strong Foundation. We've
Yep.
talked about it a lot, but why would you encourage people to just get involved, to maybe donate money if they think they can? Why do you encourage people to do that?
I mean, it's a life changer, man. I mean, they do such a good job of identifying people around our communities who are also being affected by this tragedy, and I mean, just trying to give them a resource. And I mean, credits to Jody, because Jody does an unbelievable job, and I know she'll never give herself any credit for it. But I mean, she's working her butt off behind the scenes every single day. And I mean, so just to see her pride and her passion for that, it reminds me so much of how Coach Brown just went into every single day. So I mean, hats off to Jody with what she's got doing.
Indeed. Jody's done a fantastic job. You can come out here to the KB Strong tent here in the multi-purpose room at Washington High School to learn more, or you can go online to learn more and possibly donate money if you're so inclined. Now, one last thing for you, Devin. They were telling me a funny story. I didn't hear all of it, but your first experience here in this tournament, sounds like you avoided something pretty bad that might have happened to you.
Oh, no, yeah. I was a little 5'7", whatever, 140-pound freshman playing. And I got a big collision. I think I got like a knee in my leg, and it hurt. It hurt. And Coach Brown, I just remember after the game, he was like, "I knew you weren't faking because all your leg hairs were standing up, and I barely had any." So I mean, it was a fun moment, but we lost that game, and I was pretty mad. But
yeah, you probably weren't too focused on it overall. But Devin, I appreciate you coming on with us for a few minutes. Great to talk with you. Best of luck going forward with your college team, and also enjoy the games out here for sure.
Appreciate it.
Well, we're going to send it back up to the booth. Next game coming up, I believe we've got Joey Wright on the call. Joey and fellas, take it away.
And thank you, Gavin. Jonathan Michael back up here at the top of the booth for Torrey Gymnasium. The first session of the day is actually done. We have a second session coming your way, but we have a little of a break in between Metamora and Victory Christian Academy coming up next at 4 p.m. So we'll take a quick break. You can grab a snack, grab your favorite drink, step outside. Don't know how cold or warm it is out there, even in the gym here at Torrey Gymnasium. Great tournament for a great cause, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions here in Washington. A action-packed first half of Wednesday, 7 games. We got 3 to start, and we'll have 4 to finish later on this evening. So for all of our hardworking crew at Clutch Sports Media, we're to sign off just briefly. We'll be right back here at 4. The Metamora Redbirds and the Victory Christian Academy Storm out of Lakeland, Florida. You won't want to miss it. Coming up next on CSM. Until then, so long, everybody. We'll see you at 4 p.m. for more action from the KBM TOC.